Live to the world.
We can't see you, Baratin.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Sorry about
Unmute
that.
I tried to tell you
thing.
like 4 times.
I want to see your pretty face.
That came out weird.
No, it didn't.
Yeah,
It
right?
came out
Because where are we,
exactly how I
Chris?
wanted it to.
Oh, what the heck?
Oh, it don't work for you.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay, hold on. Now I gotta fix something. How are you getting? Oh, there we go. Bam. Okay, this might work now. Hi.
Hey, there he
This
is.
works now. Probably won't. Okay, that's okay. We can fix this. We have the technology.
We have the means.
We have the means. We're gonna do this real quick. Whatever. People can see how the sausage is made. Byoink,
Sausage.
byoink, and byoink. How the sausage is made.
Beautiful.
It's
And that was How the Sausage is Made by Zachary Johnson.
Ingrid had her baby 2 days ago, by the way. I don't know if
Oh,
she had her baby.
congratulations.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Congrats to her.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
All
They got a
fingers,
baby
all
now.
toes.
Yeah, all fingers, all toes. And
That's
I think
good, that's
that
good.
he's got Ingrid's hands, so that's good, because we do not have good hand genetics.
Huh.
Interesting.
And genetics, huh?
Yeah, that's an interesting particular trait.
Like hands and feet. Like, we just have weird nails.
Cool.
She has really nice hands, so it was just one of the observations they made.
So it's a future hand model, I see.
Yeah. I don't know how that baby's like 7 pounds though, and Ingrid's never been over like 100 pounds. So I'm like, how did you house this baby?
The magic.
It's crazy.
The magic of a woman.
Like seriously though, like she came home and was like half the size.
The
I'm
magic.
Like,
All right, I think we're good to go. We're 100%. New look is
All
up
right.
online, everybody. Looks really cool.
Let's hold our butts. Let's hold our butts and get this going.
Yeah.
Yeah. Take a nice grab.
Here's there's the link if you all want to watch it real quick. I sent it to you.
Sure, I'll take a look at it.
That
Take
is.
a look at it.
I think that link
It's gonna
will
be
work.
weird.
Here, try that one. Try the second one, if anything. Cool.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah. Here, try that one. Try the second one, if anything.
Wow.
Oh, we're gonna get some loot back.
We are. It's gonna be weird. Oh, that looks good.
Ah!
oh, look!
Oh God. We're gonna get some loot back. No. No.
Someone stop it. Stop the madness.
Cool. All right, we're ready.
Okay.
Sure. Okay. Audio's up. You want to turn on some audio for us?
Yeah, let's get some music up in here.
Maybe it is on. It might be low.
One second.
I suppose I will need my journal. Loud ass noise. Oh yeah.
At all. Did you go potty at all today? You did it.
We patiently await tunes. Yeah.
No. You are good. I'm just doing. It was one last thing. I was like, let me just do this one thing, and now I'm like, shit. So
That's how it always is.
it is how it always is. Kind of one of those where I was like, I don't need this, and then I was like, you know what?
You might want to trim the beginning of this episode.
I know, right?
No, this is quality. This is quality role playing.
This is at its finest. Okay. All right. Let's just move you all really fast. Do something here.
Ooh, there it
Just
is.
a massive, ominous chasm.
Yes, the chasm of chasms. Okay, last, literally like 2 minutes just to adjust something really fast, and then we should be good.
So funny.
I know. Well, like I said, I was ready, and then suddenly I was like, no, I'm not ready. Because
2 minutes is exactly 7 p.m.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, LOL.
So it's good that we, you know what, I like kind of starting at 6:30 to get all that out of the way and like the chit chat of, I'm like, hey, what's up?
It's true. We do at least kind of get all that done.
And then like when like 10:30 hits, you've actually played that full time
Mm-hmm.
instead of being like, oh well, it's 30 and actually 30 minutes of it we spent setting up.
And bullshitting. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, please do.
No,
Go ahead.
not the intro.
Take it away.
Oh snap. Zach, we should all tag team the intro.
Okay.
Is the intro down though?
No, the intro is done. I actually have the intro done.
Okay.
Oh, I
Okay.
meant if the intro was down for us to tag team it.
Oh, you.
You gotta get consent.
Now I see what you're saying.
Oh, that's true. That's true.
Yeah. Then it's fine.
You need to make that crystal clear.
Yeah, I'm just putting it out there. Consent is sexy.
Oh,
You know, I'm really glad that you said that.
Oh my. Did you to hear you
You know
say
what?
that?
Put the stream on pause.
Yeah. I think this is an issue that we all need to discuss really quickly
Ah,
for
yes.
the next 2 hours.
I know. Yeah, right. Like, no. It's like, wait. So, no means yes, right?
Oh my gosh. Oh
God.
my gosh.
When last we met.
Finally.
Oh my God. Just right on in. Yep.
Okay, cool.
Nope.
No. I meant that on a discussion.
Mm.
He's not ready.
No, don't do it.
What chat?
How dare you clear the chat?
Oh.
Of all the roles that we've done? Or the Zoom chat? Oh, okay.
Oh, I should check if mine's working. Okay, great. Last session, it wasn't working for me.
uh, Dungeon Mistress, excuse me.
Yeah.
Sorry, Mistress.
This is totally Outlander shit now. Because I keep calling her mistress. Madame.
Okay. Thank you all for your patience. I promise you it's going to be worth it.
Doubt it.
Yeah, it probably sucks.
Yep. All right. What was that?
Nice. Nice.
So they're gonna then fire the missiles.
Exactly. Okay, great. That's good. Okay, we should be good here. Sweet. Okay. I'm
Yeah, do you need another
here.
2 hours before
Are you quite?
Done.
Oh, I'm done. All right.
Uh-huh.
You beat me to it.
Yeah.
When last we met, our heroes had gone to sleep with much on their minds. Having found the missing vial of frigid woe, thoughts were heavy as the distant storm raged on the cape, and dreams crashed on shores of memory and magic. And while not everyone woke up where they had drifted off, the morning carried a sense of purpose, albeit unclear. Eve bore tidings of a ship on the horizon, and while Avalina dashed about to confirm the sighting, Alenia and Eve enjoyed a peaceful breakfast and bath. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Billy had finished slaying the evil dummy of dastardly deeds, the nefarious Captain George Jetsam. After the battle, breakfast called to the bard, and where he was soon joined by Veritan and Arl. As they ate the steaming victuals, Arl commented on the strange storm on the horizon that hasn't seemed to break. Veritan revealed a growing concern about memory as they walked through the now filling streets to the bustling yard. Once joined by Eve and Alenia, Eve reveals her strange night and interesting choice of sleeping quarters atop Alenia's lighthouse, only to be dumbfounded by Veritan and Billy. Rurik finds Billy and the three brothers. Rurik, finding Billy, thanks him for the fine whiskey with his three brothers, and after some lengthy discussion about ice leather armor and certain prejudices concerning tails, they settled on an agreement. Billy inquired into goat herders named Vera, but upon hearing Corful's condescending response, began to rethink his assessment. Eve recounted her flight through the night sky as they walked back to the inn, as Veritan expressed his growing concern over the prospect of her being drugged. Outside the inn, they encountered a large crowd gathering, whereas inside, Elro revealed that the family of Irvin Liel had contracted frigid woe. Veritan immediately checked in on the family as the remaining three talked to Elro. Upstairs, Veritan and Rune began to ease the minds of the afflicted family, where Irvin and Fenton offered the boy the book, the boy the moon and the brush, as well as a map and guidebook to surviving the biting north. Anything to aid those that might help their family. Recounting their journey across the Crystal Sands tundra, they mentioned that some tabaxi had guided them through the Savalier Wood. Near the mountain ranges, they had met two glass blades that directed them toward the mountain for being ill-equipped. As they headed to Palebank, they encountered the goat herder near the outskirts. In hindsight, it may have been far more convenient than they initially thought. Veritan offered his book on Pallid lore to the two scholars, who were overjoyed with the gift, and with newfound respect, they bid him farewell. Outside, he felt the eyes of several figures staring at him as he journeys back downstairs, where, back on the first floor, Elro and Billy continued discussing the dangers up north and how unlikely lone goat herders seemed to be to the ranger. Avalina expressed excitement at the prospect of Boden's return, and with him, perhaps answers. A clanging bell from outside alerts everyone, and Avalina rushes out with Trevor. Discussing their business with Elro, they agree to travel to Ezelcross and try and find a cure, where in the morning, Elro will give them the 100 gold owed to help them with supplies. He departs, and the group begins to analyze the maps they have found and whereabouts in the ruins they might find the cure. More clanging from outside alerts them again, and they walk out to see sails coming into the harbor, where down by the docks it is mayhem. The villagers are watching as the Kalypso drives into the harbor, grating on the docks as it limps ashore. Eve and Veritan watch in awe as a massive ship, caravel size, is being docked in front of them. Alenia and Billy have fallen into the milling crowd, seizing lines from the docks and aiding in the mooring process. While Veritan examines the ship, he notices visible damage riddles the Kalypso and the sails. The emerging crew walks off like empty shells, but Boden emerges with the strength as he catches sight of Avalina. On a hunch, Veritan casts Detect Magic and is assaulted by various bits of information, especially a noxious magical odor. As the sweet reunion of Boden and Avalina is suddenly filled with screaming, the crowd parts only to reveal Boden clutching at his eyes as they are burned out of his face. Only Aurel manages to split the silence and walk the pair to the lighthouse, leaving an emotional Elro to oversee things. Surprisingly, though, when Billy is asked if he can do anything, Elro puts him in charge, because he seems to express a lot of knowledge, surprisingly, and in a fit of inspiration, Billy commands the bewildered villagers into repairs. Rune finds him a captain's hat, and Veritan accosts a young dwarven boy as Eve stares incredulously at a mind-boggling scenario. How does this float? Alenia, finally recovering from the shock, heads to the lighthouse as Billy further inspects the ship and begins to get an idea of just what the crew went through. As the clamor of work distracts everyone, one question seems to be on all minds. What happened in that storm? All right. So.
Stupid.
Well done, everyone.
Where are we?
But on that,
you, myself, and Veritan are on the ship, and Elenia went after Boden and Avalina, I believe.
which is where we will be starting.
Okay. 7:09.
It's dance time.
Like in game.
Oh, in game.
Oh, and yes, the cycle of the moon. Right now, you guys
period.
woke up pretty early. You were there. You were up around 7-ish or so. At this point, it's closer to midday, just because of all the things that you've been kind of doing back and forth. I would put you. You don't really have none of you really have like a watch per se, but having enough knowledge of kind of like the idea of where you're feels close to noonish.
Noonish.
I would actually say it's probably a little bit before that.
Before
So you're.
It feels a little bit before noonish right now.
Let's say that you're in the range of like a couple hours before, actually.
I think we're in the range of a couple hours before noonish, actually, based on
And that's
the
the
sun.
exact term, couple hours before noonish.
Couple hours before noonish, you say?
Yes, I believe so. But sailing on the waters, I'm used to telling the time based on the sun. And now that we're on a ship, I'm particularly knowledgeable about the time of day, and believe I'd say a couple hours before noonish.
Or nudish.
And nudish.
What happens at nudish exactly?
Oh, you'll find out.
Okay. So, we are actually going to start on the moment that Alenia catches up with Aurel, Boden, and Avalina. So, for the sake of this, though, just so that way you guys aren't staring at a blank screen the whole time, we're going to just kind of throw you guys in, hidden in a corner.
Hidden in a corner.
Yeah. That's exactly the song for this. Keep going with that song.
Where's
Hidden
the
in a
map at?
corner.
I see.
I don't.
I realize that. There you are.
I'm in a black box.
There I am. Black box of emotions.
Billy, here you go. You are all once again ghostly forms. Not really there, but simultaneously there all the same.
Oh, I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yes. You're not actually here, just so that you can look at something.
Cool. So I'm not
Okay.
actually there. Got it. Can I go not actually look under the rug?
Yeah.
It's actually a carpet on top of a bunch of hay, almost like a landing pad.
Perfect.
Can I
won't
make a not
actually
actual
jump into
perception check?
Uh-huh. All right. Alenia, we're gonna actually, Alenia, we're gonna come into you as you catch up to the group right before they're about to be entered. Okay.
Oh, I see. It's
Top right.
on screen.
Hey, does anyone see that the carpet, like the bear?
Has a lamp penis?
Well, I was
It's
gonna
a
say
chandelier.
But his chandelier is like right above his butt.
Right up his butt.
Yeah.
I'm not actually there, but if I was actually there, I would probably actually say something along those lines.
I might actually agree with you.
Yeah.
If all of you could actually shut up so we could start talking. That would be really nice.
We've been waiting for you this whole time. Actually.
Seriously.
Actually, she's right.
All right.
Okay,
Just
so we're
get
just
Avalina. Come on, we'll get him inside here. Just nice and easy. And they begin to go to the front door and just begin to unlocking it. Alenia, you're just catching up.
I'm running after them, right? Yeah.
Mhm. Oh, Alenia. Oh, Boden, we have to get inside. Arl, here are the keys. We'll put them inside. Don't even put them on the bed. Just bring them to the first floor. And she's visibly just like in shock. You can see almost like, when like the adrenaline is building up, but you don't have anything to do with it. So you're just like kind of like almost coursing through you, and like you're just like visibly shaking. That's Avalina right now. Okay.
Same.
And Boden is just like, just residual pain, just holding on to his eyes. Avalina, please, just set me down anywhere. And they bring him over to the bench over in the corner.
Okay, so
Oh, Boden. Look at me. I mean, don't look at me. Just hold my hand. Just breathe. Boden, is there any idea what might have caused this? I mean, I'm not trying to pry right now. And if you'd like, I can step out, but no, Harl.
I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna grab Boden's arm. I'm gonna be like, "What happened? Where did you come up from? Who did this to you? What kind of magic is this? Are you hurt? Can I help you? Let me know what I can do. Let me know what I should do."
Oh, Avalina.
Sorry.
You are like a strong wind. It's good to hear your voice.
It's Alenia.
Oh, Alenia. That explains a lot, actually.
Are you in pain?
Yes. Although I can't really say that it's caused by anything other than I don't know it. It's as if my eyes don't feel anything, but everything around it feels like it's on fire. Oh.
Is it distracting you? Can I help you?
I'm not sure if there's anything that you could do per se, but
I mean, I can't. Oh God, I can't restore your eyes. It looks like your eyes are. Can I see that his eyes are? What's going on with them? Are they gone? Or
make a perception
piece of
check.
the coal? Like I couldn't perceive.
It's a little hard to see because like it's singed around the eyes and such.
Mm-hmm.
It does look like there are almost kind of like burns on the face and the eyelids kind of around the face, but for the most part it almost seems like it's like almost burned, but in like in a strange way. It doesn't look like normal flames, and it's like had come in a weird way. From what you see, it's an odd wound. It's like kind of blackish around them. The eyes are sunken in. You can visibly see that the sockets have become hollowed, where it's dipping in, and instead of having eyes, you realize that his eyes are in fact just gone.
Damn.
Sure, I've looked worse, or so I'd like to say.
I mean, we'll get you 2 eye patches. I don't know what we do here exactly. I know it's not funny, but trying to
I'm sorry, but
figure out what to do
two
here.
eye
I mean,
patches are just it's a bit stupid, I must say.
just strapped around both ears.
Maybe we just settle out as.
Can we get him 2 eye patches, please?
Just a double.
And despite the pain, he's laughing, and Arl is like starts to chuckle a little bit, and even Avalina like begins to just smile
God.
subtly, seeing back in the face. And despite
be the
this
best.
horrible situation, they all begin to laugh just a little bit, even though it hurts, and you can see that there's pain in the room, but you actually really made it feel a lot better.
Oh my god, that's great.
Oh, two eye patches. Oh, we'll get right on that, Boden. And Arl's just snickering, and Boden's just laughing.
I mean, it seems, yeah. Well, I'm glad that you haven't completely lost your sense of humor. It also seems like you're okay other than your eyes being burned out of your head. It was magic that caused that, no? Whose magic? Dark magic? Where's the magic? Whose magic?
Elenia, give me a moment.
Sorry.
Your concern is, well, thank you. It is good to hear your voice, and you. And he squeezes Avalina's hand. So much has happened, I feel like, in the last 20 minutes. I admit the rage inside of me feels a bit at ease. Thank you. We had a deal, and I had sworn that I wouldn't tell for the chance to see Avalina again. I did not realize how cursed those words would be. So our deal is off. We were coming from Easel Cross, and we'd heard that there was a ship, several actually, that had left the area, Dwendalian, but they hadn't returned. We thought that it might have gotten lost in the storm. There was no word. The Remerhaz had met up with us, and while we were in Sirenlaya, well, there's a lot that I might fill you in on, but for the time being, I will simply say that there is something that is going on there, which I pray has not affected you here in Pale Bank, but to be filled in later. The Remerhaz decided to move around the storm. It would take weeks to move out of the way. We decided that we would try and push through it and see if we could find some survivors. The Kalypso being, well, one of the fastest ships, frankly, in all of Wildemount, in my opinion. We thought we could cruise through it like we always have. But the storm, it didn't move. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. Honestly, it reminds me a little bit of the time that we found you. Just a storm of such power, but in your case, it ended, and in this case, it hasn't. It took us 6 days to get through to the middle. We were lost, hopelessly. I thought that if we could get to the center, the eye in the storm, that we might be able to find some respite and perhaps get our bearings, any kind of navigation. We were lost at that point, and we did in fact find the eye. And with it, we found something else. The ship was attacked. Creatures, I would like to say that they were sea spawn, but it was dark and, well, there was much going on. But from what I can tell, they were attacked the ship from all over. Many of the crew fell off or were taken away. And in the screams, I was desperately calling out to stop, end it, find a way to get us out of the storm. And I heard some laughter and a voice. And I saw her. It, whatever you want to call her, crawling across the Kalypso. And as the storm raged, I could see deep in the distance, we were near the shoreline, and there was a ship. Perhaps the ship that was missing, but wrecked into the rocks. And I got the sense that she had come from there. It all had come from there. She made a deal that I could give her the crew for safe passage. I laughed, as if I could do anything at the type. But I could see the power in her. And I've heard tales enough to know that you do not mess with a hag. So I offered her everything that I had. I gave her all the treasure that I had in the ship, everything that I owned, except for I couldn't give her the ring that Avalina had given me. And I asked that she just let me see Avalina one more time, and I would return with more, whatever she asked. And then she left, taking one of our passengers, or I should say 2, and 3 of our crew. We struggled to get through the storm. We were undermanned. And the storm, it just got worse. But I swear it was Cord's blessing or Avandra's grace. Whatever God you want to pray for and appreciate in that moment, I didn't care, but I saw the lighthouse. and I saw a light on top of it. Something almost like a figure was illuminating it. And then I saw the sweep of the lighthouse, and the figure was gone, but I knew where I needed to go. It cut through the darkness, and it gave us hope. It gave me a chance to come home. And we did. And we pieced together anything that we could to salvage the ship and just get back at whatever cost. And then we landed, and I thought that I could never be happier to find you in my arms. And that's when I heard the laughter. I could feel it inside me. And I could feel her hands reaching into my head, pulling out my eyes. And the worst part is that she didn't even want them. I could feel it. All she wanted was to know that agony that I had in that moment when I realized that was the last time I would use them. I'm sorry, Avalina. I had hoped to bring home enough for me to never have to leave again. And I wanted my life to continue here with you, or wherever it might take us, but I'm afraid that I don't know what to do at this point. The Kalypso is damaged, frankly, horribly, and I myself, Boden, and Alenia, looking at your mom, you just see kind of like this rage in her, like, and she's got tears in her eyes, and she's holding his hands, but you see this ferocity in her eyes, and it's one that you've seen in yourself. Whew. Did you get a name? Did you get anything from her? No. I didn't want to know. I will find her, Boden. I swear. I swear on everything, I will find her. Avalina, please. We are together. I don't want anything to happen to you too. There's no reason for us to go over there at this point. Easel Cross is having its own problems. Is Pale Bank safe, please? Is there anything wrong here? Alenia.
Well, as it turns out, Pale Bank is actually having a lot of problems that we found may be associated with the origin of Easel Cross. So upon your return, I was planning on discussing the matter of potentially taking the ship in that direction, but it seems like now I have a doubled over reason to do that, now that this has happened to you. My friends are already, I'm sure they're fixing the ship as we speak. I'm sure we plan to sail to Easel Cross as soon as we can.
What friends that know of? I mean, Alenia, in all frankness, most of the sailors here would not know how to man the Kalypso, let alone assess what's going on with her. You aside, I can't imagine.
Well, we don't have much choice. I mean, it doesn't seem like I feel strange about taking any of the crew if they've just come back from all you say has happened to them. But our own once peaceful town has been under an attack of sorts of sorcery. There's something that we've come to know as the frigid woe that's basically turning people into ice here. And from what we can tell, from what we know, the origin,
So it has come here too.
you've seen it.
Yes. One of we think Ergon might have carried it. Is he okay?
You think he might have carried it? Like, carried it in a
From what we
vial,
can
or carried
tell,
it as
and
a
what
sickness?
we've talked to in Easelcross, it is, well, we put enough together to know that it's a disease that came from Aor. There's talk that Ergon and his, I can't think of his name right now, his associate had found somehow some ruins, and there's a sickness that had come from it. And when you have enough people in Easelcross, especially in Cyrenlaia, looking into what it could be, someone might pull up some answers. And we'd found out that it was called Frigid Woe. We only discovered this after we had come back to Dwendalian territory in Icehaven, and after, well, after two in the crew had passed. Based on them talking to Ergon, and from what we've put together since, we imagined that they had touched something at one of the vials that he had. Upon returning to Easelcross, we found out that the sickness had been there too. And there seemed to have been a trail following Ergon. And there are a number of statues over there, from what I've heard. But I'm sad to see that it has made it here. I hope that, well, at least you all are unaffected, but I hope it wasn't any more than Ergon, at least.
You hope that it was only Ergon that was affected by this, what we're kind of referring to as a virus of frigid woe?
Yes.
Magical virus?
It's essentially, from what we can tell and what they've heard, is that it's the mages of Aor had made it to battle the gods in the Calamity Battle. They thought to find a way to attack the healers and to keep them from healing. That's at least what I have heard from those that seem to know more in Easelcross, but there seems to be no cure aside from, well, whatever the Aorians had as an antidote.
All the more reason for us to head to Easelcross as soon as possible, because this has definitely reached beyond just Ergon. Citizens of the city, now including a small family, have been affected by this. And you say there's no cure, so we've got to go find one. And if it spreads how you say, who knows what it could do? It could wipe out the whole town.
Alenia, I'm with you in this. I will do whatever it takes to help you. Boden, I do not know if it would be smart for you to go on the journey. Avalina, I may not be able to see, but that does not make me less of a captain. If Alenia needs to go, I will be there.
I didn't expect this. You're able to come with me, you're saying?
There's not much that I can do, perhaps with what I'm used to, but simultaneously, I have knowledge, and at least I can give you experience, if nothing else. If you were my eyes or hands in that case, whatever needs to be done, and Avalina, by my side, I feel that if your friends can bring the Kalypso back, and if, frankly, Elenia, if you could convince them to come back, then perhaps the Kalypso will sail again.
So let me get this straight now. So we're talking about you coming and we're talking about Mom coming also on this terrifying journey. I mean,
Elenia, I will say this.
you just got back.
I'm only here with Boden. And if the Kalypso's going, I sailed on her for years with you. And I've been sailing a lot longer than you to begin with. If Boden needs me, we will not be separated again.
I'm not gonna lie, I have mixed feelings about it because I mean it's treacherous enough as it is. Like I don't know what to expect, but to have you, my whole family with me, that's a lot. I mean, sorry, I'm flustered. I don't know what to say.
Boden, I'm gonna step out. I think it's good to see you again, and Avalina, I'll be in touch.
Yes, thank you.
If you need anything, I'll be at the inn. And
Thank you for your
Carl
help.
steps out. Elenia,
Yes.
I've seen what you can do. I know what strength is in you, and I know that Cord watches through you. If you could tell, May, if you could convince the crew that Cord sails with us, that the wrath of you and the storm god will be with us.
And I promise
then
that.
I feel that's up to you and your god.
Right.
But I believe in you, and I know your mother does. In the meantime, I know that no matter what your friends may be able to do, they cannot build a ship in a day. So I think I will rest.
At least for now, yes. The ship is not going to be ready before you wake.
Perhaps tomorrow I can meet your friends and we can assess what needs to happen. And if we need to see that sea witch again, well, we will bring the wrath of everything with us.
Well, I have a lot to discuss with them. Mother, I will leave you to tend to Boden. I will check back later on you both, but I'm going to relay what I now know from you to everybody who I assume is still at the Kalypso by the docks, and I'll be back later.
Thank you, dear. We'll be fine. Please be safe. And
right.
They end up going upstairs.
All right. And I'm going to walk past the...
Go for it.
Yeah. I'm gonna just go out the door a bit.
Okay.
And yeah,
So, where are you heading?
I'm gonna head back down to the docks.
Okay.
I'm giggling because I saw what they meant about the chandelier and the barrier.
Right?
Like he does it. Yeah.
Yep.
It's actually true.
All right.
As
All
we were
right.
wisping around in there in our
accident.
ghostly
All right,
figure
everybody.
shapes.
I've just
in the
been
room.
doing this for
Yeah.
the past 20 minutes.
We've just been wisping on the staircase, listening to this conversation.
Wisping on the stairs.
Ghostly as fuck.
Yeah.
Did you hear all that?
Okay.
I know.
Olivia,
I'm gonna- yeah.
you are not there yet. You are heading over there. So we are actually coming back to, I believe, Veritan was under the ship casting detect magic, and that's kind of where we left off.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Under the ship. I'm snapping
Yeah, I don't
noodles
see-
right
I don't
now.
see
Okay.
shit.
So returning back,
Oh, I see it.
Eve, you are on top of the ship watching Billy giving orders, and Billy is also kind of talking to you and explaining now kind of how the sails need to function, what needs to be done. He's also got a couple different hands that have come together to just kind of assist in whatever process that you need to start working on this. He's explaining it, but at the same time, though, you obviously still need the materials for whatever this is that you're going to be doing. But he's at least kind of filling you in on what skills that you would use to adapt to whatever the case is. And so you have at least now the knowledge of what you need to do.
Can I hear all this from down in this level?
No. At this point, there's a lot of footwork up top on the deck. You're hearing all of that walking, plus the creak of the ship, plus the waves kind of hitting like small waves, but still hitting the ship as it is. The sound of dripping water on the inside. Like the ship is still in tatters. It's not like it's getting fixed like in that second. So it sounds like a creaking, groaning ship. And
Is this like a middle level or is this the base level?
this is the lowest level. So
Is there
basically,
water like filling on the floor, kind of?
oh, there's a little bit of water that's pooled, but it's not like the ship is sinking. It's more so that this is like water that has come into the ship, and spilled into it, and it just like there might be like a lower leak somewhere, but overall the ship it seems so far to be holding itself up, but it's been through some stuff, and the water has not obviously been drained.
Got it.
Aside from the sails,
Yes.
which do I have someone? Have I appointed someone to fix everything else that needs attention to?
Not
So far?
necessarily. We're gonna jump back to you kind of doing that. I just want to jump
Okay.
into Veritan first, and then we will come
Go
back
for
to
it.
you,
for
and go from there. But you have given kind of commands, rough things, just to, like get an assessment of stuff.
Right.
And in you walking around, as well as asking people initially, kind of like do this or to look into this, whatever the case is, you've been getting the feedback as well as your own visual information of what is kind of going on, as well as what you have to work with. And now it's kind of like your assessment, your mental assessment is being made.
Copy that.
Veritan, down below, once again, you are looking at this stuff. You've been staring at this silk down below, and you don't really know kind of what it is or where it came from. It just seems to be kind of floating a little bit in the water, like it's somehow held up, even though it's silk. It doesn't. It looks like it definitely kind of like took a beating. It might be a little bit dirty right now as it is, but the material seems to be like okay at least. You then begin to do the spell that you know. Are you doing this as a ritual now, or did you just cast this?
I believe I just casted this one.
Great. So as you cast this spell, you feel this. Your book kind of opens up almost in front of you, and you just feel the pages of the ritual that it would take to do this just kind of swelling into your mind as you just kind of like see all of it at once and just kind of speak it out into magical existence, and just your vision, your awareness, everything just kind of spreads out around you, just into this radius around you, and you feel a sense of things. You also kind of get echoes of what you remember from the previous time, just simply because of the fact that you had cast it in such a crazy environment. It's almost like you're having just like a memory relapse of what you kind of underwent. right now what you're feeling is you don't really notice anything on the ship. The ship just feels kind of empty. It feels really like anything that might have held something of magical value in any way is just been pulled from it. But you do notice above you, and you noticed this before, when you were standing next to Eve, you got this sense of a small little object on it, almost very, very faint, and a sense of illusion magic from that. And then you also got a sense of like a larger object, just again being next to her. You kind of saw it as the cloak that you know and are aware of, which is her cloak. Transmutation magic being tied to that. There was another little thing tied into a pouch somewhere that you just kind of faintly saw an outline of, but it just felt like it was abjuration magic.
This was in the crowd?
This was when you were standing next to Eve, and as well as being underneath her on the deck right now, you also kind of recognize those same things. So you kind of, having cast it next to her, and then also having cast it down below deck, even though you don't know she's above you, you have that same sense, and looking up, you can kind of see it, where you kind of know at this point that's Eve. And you also just get another sense of divination from like a smaller, like handheld object, like softball size or so. And then Billy, you actually get an interesting. There's kind of a strangeness, but at the same time, you do sense some divination somehow near him. And then echoing back to when you cast it initially, you remember feeling those things from the two of them previously, having cast it. And that's kind of why you get a sense that it's them up there, and that's what it is. But you also remember seeing Boden and getting a sense of abjuration.
Bless
and
you.
Then also, as Avalina came in, you got a sense of evocation, just small things, but just like a taste of it as they kind of left. And then you did notice that in the crowd, again, it kind of slipped past you for a moment because of that odor that was just like there, but you felt just kind of briefly for a bit, and then it kind of slipped out of your range. Illusion magic on something almost like a form over in the distance, and then it just kind of went out of your radius of
In the
like
distance
what you're aware of.
of where?
When you were on the docks initially and you had cast this but right before the screaming had started, you had felt within like the radius around you that there was illusion magic kind of nearby, and then as the odor that was kind of coming from Boden was like so strong, and you kind of picked up more of that as it is, along with all those little bits, that once the screaming started with Boden and kind of everything kind of split, the crowd had parted and it kind of pushed everything a little bit further out from you, and the sense of whatever that was had disappeared, and you haven't really felt it since.
Cool.
Okay.
Is that all?
That is all.
Cool.
All right. Would you like a list of that? Would that make your life easier? Or?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. I'll send you a list.
Great.
Okay. In the meantime, so that's kind of what you're aware of as you cast Detect Magic. Is there anything else you'd like to do down below deck?
The silks that are down there, have I seen them myself?
Again, you had done a history check previously and had just thought about like if you've seen this or if you kind of could recognize anything from it. And I suppose there's a sense of almost, it's on the tip of your tongue, but you don't know what it is. You can't really remember what it was.
Got it. Is there like, are they large bolts of it? Like,
Yep.
Can you carry one? And
Yeah, they're quite large.
like
The silks themselves have been kind of waterlogged. It seems like they've held up, but at the same time, there's at this point kind of stains and other things kind of like coming through them, but the material itself seems to have held up.
Can I take one?
Sure.
I want to take a bolt of it and put it in my pocket.
They're quite big.
Yeah, that's what I mean. How like?
They're the bolts. Hold on.
Trying to put it in your pocket.
They're
just sticking out.
I would
just
say
this
that- I would
huge-
say I would say that you could fit one. You could fit one.
I could fit one in my pocket.
Yep.
So is
Yeah.
it like the size of my arm, or is it like?
They're very large bolts, like almost like the kind that you would get from like a textile mill in a sense. When like these are the ones that you would like send stuff through. So they are quite big. Not necessarily like the massive like the giant drums. These are more so like meant for. It seems that this would be a size that you would use for selling to any kind of fine like weaver or other like industry in that regard to like tailor clothes or something like that. You know, like so they're size for more of that nature.
Okay.
So you could fit one, but it's like a very, very large scroll case almost.
So it's just gonna look like you're.
Okay, I'll take it and I will put it in my
Okay.
pocket.
So Veritan, you grab this thing and you kind of finagle your cloak for a second as it's like awkwardly holding it, and you just go, "Foop," and it's gone.
Disappears in my pocket. Great.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Now I will take that. Okay. How should I label that? Just a bolt of silk?
Since you do not know what it is or anything like that, yes, just bolt of silk.
Okay. How heavy was it?
I would say it is probably 20 pounds. If not, no, I would actually say 25 pounds.
25 pounds. Great. So I just. Great.
Okay.
One last question about it.
Mhm.
How long do you think it was? Like, could I
Lengthwise?
Yeah, can
like
I gauge
tall it
like
is or
how?
something?
No, like can I gauge how? Yeah, what's the length of this bolt?
Of like how many feet is inside of it?
Yeah, if I like looked at it, can I like maybe gauge by just looking at?
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
You would.
With normal because technically you're below deck and there's dim lighting down there.
You would. 15. I would.
You get the sense that there is about you got about 25 feet probably on that roll.
Cool.
Anywhere between 25 to like 35 feet. You're not really sure. Like
So
you've never really used these.
35 feet. Perfect.
20. You're not really sure. You haven't.
I'm pretty sure it's
Yeah.
35
No?
feet. I'm pretty
I said
sure.
25 to 35.
I'm pretty
anywhere
sure.
from 25 to 125 feet.
That's right. Cool. I will put it in my bag.
Perfect.
In my pocket. Yep.
Like yeah.
Okay.
And
Uh,
I'll come back upstairs if there's nothing else.
Comes back upstairs. Now, you come back up, and again, you see Eve getting a lecture from Billy that is just like thorough and just looking up at the sails and just like he's already making adjustments. Billy has already had the sails being pulled from the center mast, the ones that were kind of like used to like piece together with different things that like from the ship itself. So at this point, Billy, you're already kind of redressing the ship, pulling down all the sails and like redoing the lines, trying to show everyone how to kind of adjust the knots and things. You found several sailors in that regard that can at least do that, that are more fishing associated, smaller ships, but they understand the knots at least. And so you're kind of working on undressing the ship to kind of break it down.
Okay.
Does it look like Eve likes what she sees?
Yeah, can I tell? Am I boring Eve to no death?
Despite
all this to
the
her?
fact that you probably are boring Eve, on the last time when you explained to Eve the principle of why the ship floats, she somehow believed you.
That's right. Okay. So per my previous question, do I have like at least a team of someone taking care of everything that needs taken like the attention to from.
You have so from your assessment, you have found again those things and all those assets that you had found in your assessment.
Right.
You are working with them currently on this process.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I want to look. Is there like a like some type of young deckhand, someone who looks like they're just like a runner, just kind of like doing odd errands, not someone really skillful. I want to like look for someone like that I can have run an errand really quick.
You do notice that there is a dwarven boy on the docks running back and forth, calling out, "Is there a weaver? Anyone a weaver? Is there any weavers here?"
I go, "You boy, come over here, please."
"Me, sir."
"Yes, you." "Oh, what a delightful boy. What a."
And he kind of comes up and he's like, and he's just eyeing Veritan in the corner of his eye, trying to kind of stay out of like.
Oh, is this the same?
sight of
Is
him.
this the same boy that I know that Veritan?
He's been desperately running back and forth. You look for a runner, and he is running back and forth, asking out for a weaver.
Okay. Did I ask him to look for a weaver, or is he just looking for? Oh no, Veritan did. Okay. I tell him, so I bring him over, and I say, what's your name, son?
Sir, listen. He had given me a task already, and my name's Gimgin, and I'm just trying to figure out why this boat floats, and I need to find a weaver.
I said, all right, Gimgin. First of all, we have a weaver. It's this lovely woman over here. Her name is Eve. Don't worry about that.
Blessing.
As terms of why the ship floats, and I like make sure that like Veritan is out of earshot, and I just crouch down and I whisper, "Tell Veritan that there are hundreds of tiny mermaids that carry the ship on its back through the water, and that's what causes the ship to float."
That's not true.
It's not true. It is not true. But he did. That's the dude, the tall elven man who told you to do that. That's who he is. And I couldn't help but overhear.
My life's a joke. He'll kill me.
I rest assured, Gimgin, he will not kill you. I
should have like a plan B just in case.
If there is a plan B, tell him that Billy, which is my name, can explain it further to him.
Okay.
You okay? Now, if you could do me a favor, if you could go down to the yard and see if you can find if there's anyone selling ship canvas, sailing canvases, because we need a whole bunch of it. Can you do that for me, Gimgin?
Okay.
Don't worry, you can calm down. You calm, and if you do that within the hour, there's a silver in it for you.
Okay, it's like, wow, a silver. That's way better than catching fish.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. Thousands of tiny mermaids. And he just walks off, monotonously repeating this same exact thing that you just said to him.
Yeah.
Okay, now that he's off looking for canvas rope, I want to hold on. I want to make sure that there is. I want to look for like the old saltiest guy out there who looks like he's seasoned. Is there anyone out there who looks like he's been on the Kalypso for a while?
All the crew that you saw that had left the ship went with Elro. Elro had taken them, I believe, to the inn, if I'm not mistaken, and is kind of debriefing them there. That's what he had told you.
Okay, so they're debriefing. so I can go talk to them. So the last thing I want to do is I'm going to take 10 minutes and I'm going to summon Ringo.
Okay. Eve,
And
are
we'll
you
use-
doing anything this time? Because at this point, Billy has kind of been doing it since you saw him interacting with this young boy. You've been kind of, I would say that now that you feel a little bit more confident, you've probably been moving a little bit back and forth on the ship,
Yeah.
seeing what needs to be done and kind of taking notes of like what the schematics are, like how you would pull this off and such.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was gonna say. Like, I'm looking at it, you know, I'll probably need someone to help me, like, take it down, because I have no idea how to take down.
It's already being taken down.
Okay.
At this point, Billy is already having people like bringing down all the sails. So, and he's already kind of giving you an idea, like a template of like how it looks and such. And so, like you right now are getting all the dimensions that you kind of need, and at least kind of the idea of what it would be. It's just you have no material. So right now you're kind of just getting all the notes. You're talking to people and gathering other things that you might need, such as like sailing.
How much material?
Like sailing twine in a sense. What's up?
How much material I might need to patch up areas.
Billy has already been making that assessment after talking to you. We will say that the two of you had a discussion where you were like, I would need about this much to do this. And then Billy has already made the order working through the villagers at this point. So you guys have, like, overall, it's all being kind of managed. Like the way that this has kind of gone down, it's all truly getting managed by Billy, who's overseeing this entire excavation of this ship. And he is now working with everyone, and he's just kind of pulling all the different resources. In your case, you guys again had that discussion where now you are kind of being put in charge of this, but at the same time, though, the orders are being made. You're just short of the cloth or whatever it is that you need.
Okay.
Okay. So you're good on your end, though? Nothing else?
I don't think so.
Okay. Jumping back in. So, Billy, you have been over in the corner, and you pulled out your lute, and you've been doing this lovely sailing ballad that you're just feeling it right now with everything going on. You get your captain's hat, and you've got your lute, and you just start doing this ballad, this jaunty, dirty little tune that you're summoning Ringo with in this ritual.
Right.
And so you're kind of doing a little jig as it is, and then Ringo suddenly appears because you hear this, like, it's almost like you timed it to end on like a little like beat, and then you hear this, and Ringo is present.
Ringo, look! We're on a ship again! So good to see you, my friend. It's a little beaten up, it's a little smaller than what we're used to.
You just feel this thing walk on the deck, just go, and you feel a light kick on your foot. It seems a little angry.
Oh, yes. About the frog.
Another kick.
I am very sorry. I did not realize that you would get eaten. I promise that I will find some way to make it up to you.
You hear Ringo kind of walk away, and it almost feels like he's got his back to you.
Ringo?
There's some tapping.
Ringo, come on. Now's not a time to pout. Look, we're back on a ship. How long has it been? Okay?
And you just feel the boots again kind of like grating a little bit as they turn back. You can feel it kind of walking towards you.
I go up to Ringo, and I put the captain's hat.
And to everyone present, your watch as Billy is talking to nothing, and absolutely nothing is there. No one can see anything, and suddenly he just puts this captain's hat in this space, and it is, one, very large compared to the size of this thing. It's a tiny creature, but it also is being held up in the air at this point, and it kind of like, you could see it like adjusting on whatever this is, and Billy, you get the sense that Ringo is striking a pose.
That's right. I thought you'd like that. We have a lot of work to do, Ringo. This ship, though smaller than the Prince, it looks like it might be good. And before we know it, we might be sailing out again. Almost like old times.
A nod.
And then I'm gonna I'm kind of stand next to him, kind of like the Shmee to my Captain Hook, as I just kind of like survey everything. Do I get a sense that is it like is what's going on kind of happening? Has it gone to a point where it's an automatic process, or am I still?
So the system at this point has actually been automated to a certain degree. You are aware of little things, but you've managed to find enough people that you can kind of get the process going. Now you're at a point right now where you're more so kind of cleaning up the ship, taking off all the broken bits. And so it's more of a disassembled project right now, and then also acquiring things, and you'll need to do repairs and such. The work on that is being kind of done. You do have some carpenters. There were some people in like the shipyard that are at least knowledgeable of like what needs to get done in terms of the larger vessel. It's difficult, obviously, but all of that is being done based on your assessment of time. It's kind of a variable if you can keep up this same energy, as well as if you could perhaps get some more experienced hands to keep an eye on things. Because right now, it is just you that has this true experience of what's going on. So if you could get you get the sense that you might be able to expedite the process by being in multiple places, by having other experienced sailors or people that could at least supervise these things.
Right. And you said Elro and the other old salts are at the inn currently?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm going to... You got like a day of at least work to do.
Okay.
Yeah, it's being automated for like that time.
Okay. I guess what I'm asking is, do I feel like I am necessary on the ship, or do I feel like it's safe, or it's working well enough that I can leave and go talk to Elro?
Right now, you get the sense that aside from needing to find sailcloth or something of that nature, everything else is being automated to a degree that you could get this done still, based on your timetable. But that timetable for tomorrow and the other days will kind of vary depending on the supervision at times, because you need to make some decisions, or other people need to.
Then I'm going to wait on the deck until Veritan comes back up, and then talk with him.
Veritan has already emerged.
I'm up.
Oh, okay.
I'm actually going to walk over to him. And as I walk over, I'm like, so how's everything going? Is everything all right? Oh, and I'm going to give a nod to Ringo. Hello, Ringo. Good to see you up and again.
You just see a nod, and then he does like a little like kind of clap step, and then another nod.
I'll feel Rune kind of come out and jump off onto Ringo as well.
Rune looks at you and kind of gets an idea of what you want to do, and she leaps down and lands on top of the hat. And right now it's like this awkward kind of circus juggling act, because Ringo is this tiny little thing, this big hat that keeps shifting back and forth, and Rune is trying to kind of balance on top of the whole thing.
Perfect.
There's this faint sound of like a weird music, like as all this is kind of going on, and Rune is just kind of awkwardly bouncing.
So what do you think the next plans are here?
Well, right now the ship's kind of in a cleaning up stage. Elro and some other more experienced sailors are back at the inn. Do you want to talk with them? There's not really a whole lot we can do right now, Eve. We still need to find that the sails. I have a young dwarf named Gimgin heading off to ask about it. But until then, we might be more useful back at the inn talking with Elro.
I think that'd be a good idea. See what the other people on this ship know about.
By the way, Veritan, did you find anything magical down the hold?
Nothing quite magical, but it's actually kind of strange. It seems like there's nothing at all around here. I would expect a ship of this magnitude to have some sort of mystery to be told, but honestly, I can't quite put it must be some sort of magic I've never seen. That's kind of what I'm getting to here. But I can't sense anything on this ship. Is there something that you found?
Anything magical? No. There was some really nice silk down there, but aside, I don't believe it was magical. But aside from that, I don't know. It seems oddly empty for what appears to be a cargo ship. It seems very oddly empty of cargo.
That's what I'm gathering as well. Maybe Alenia is currently talking to the captain of this ship. Boden, correct?
Boden, yes.
Is he a good man? Do you know him?
I barely know him. I've only seen him today. I know, and aside from what Alenia has told me, I really don't know anything about him.
I mean, I wouldn't wish that kind of magic on anybody, what we saw earlier, so I hope he's alright, but to see that kind of magic happen to somebody like, anybody, that's some dark magic there. I'm wondering what he may have gotten himself into.
Oh no, but it'd probably be best if we stayed away from it.
I think you might be right. But considering we're planning on heading out into the wake of where he came from, is curious after all, that we have our wits about us. He may know something.
Yeah. Maybe we should wait here for see if Alenia gets back, and we can talk to her about it before we head over to the inn.
Yes, possibly when she gets back. Is this the ship that we plan on sailing outwards then, yes?
Yes, it is.
Then I might find myself, are you familiar with the ship at all, or the build of this ship? Might find myself quarters on this ship that I can perhaps store some of our things and get to.
Well, let's wait until we have a few days. This is going to take at least 2, maybe 4 days to get back into sailing shape. So I would hold off before you start claiming bunks.
All right, sounds right. Yeah, let's wait for Alenia then, and maybe she knows something that happened to Boden. I think we saw her run off to the lighthouse earlier.
Alenia, at this point, you have it's still like a bit of a trek down from the lighthouse back to the yard and such, but you've made your way through the crowd. You can see the Kalypso and like kind of over like on the docks. You're just kind of coming along the edge of the yard, coming through the docks as it is. Okay. You can see Veritin and Billy at the top, as well as Eve, kind of just like the faint glow of her hair, just working on the deck. And you're now on the dock side, kind of heading up. You can hear kind of this conversation being heard just from like above, just like Billy talking about a little bit about the ship and such. But you're within range.
Oh, do we see her?
So we see her now?
Do we notice her?
As the crowd of people, I mean, there's a lot of bustling going back and forth between everyone on the docks. You do make out Alenia. She's kind of an obvious peg.
So I'll go over and I'll catch her.
Striking, beautiful.
Is everything all right, Alenia? You had a conversation with Boden then?
Yeah, I did. Okay? I need to talk to all of you about that conversation, actually.
And how about your mother? Is she doing all right?
Is everybody next to each other, DM?
Yeah.
Yes, at this point, Eve saw you, and you've all kind of gathered over. And I would say, for the sake of it, that you've all probably found like a spot on the back of the ship to just talk.
Cool. Yeah, because I don't want to repeat this. Also, can I just suffice it to say, so I caught up with them, and I, made sure that Boden was okay, besides his eyes being burned out of his head, and that he told me a story of the hag and how it happened, and the storm, and Easelcross, and where he came from, and Frigid Woe, and all the things, because they were there for that.
Sure. So you've all gotten like the general idea of kind of what went down in that same sense. So you're all pretty caught up in terms of the story.
May I ask, in terms of like the hag and the wreckage and the storm, the tale that she reiterates from Boden, does it ring any bells to me? Is it some legend I might have heard of?
Go ahead and make a history check.
History check.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 19.
Okay.
I'm a smart fucking dragon, guys.
God, man
on
of the
this
sea.
Boat is great for
right
you.
Now.
Man of the sea.
No.
So
I will only
Ringo-
make decisions on this ship.
yeah, with Ringo next to you, balancing Rune once again on her head, as all this is going on, you kind of look at them and have this strange inspiration from this dance that's going on, and you think to yourself, I think I've heard of that. It's a sea hag.
A sea hag.
And you've heard of the name, and you're aware that they are, pretty much from the stories that you've heard, is that they are pretty terrifying, and they are very ugly.
Well, it sounds like he came across a sea hag.
Sea hag?
Only heard a sea hag. I've only ever heard of them in tales. I haven't actually, luckily, never come across one. They're supposedly fucking hideous, but also very dangerous. So it's lucky that Boden got out alive on that one.
You have a memory of Nikki making an offhand comment saying, I'd put a bag over her head.
Oh, yes. And I just do a little chuckle to myself with that memory. Well, crap. They're not expecting us to go after the sea hag, are they? Avalina?
Well, I don't know exactly what's going to happen with the sea hag, but it does sound like because they came from Easel Cross and met with the sea hag on the way back here, that we might run into this sea witch hag, sorceress bitch. Like, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming you also told us that he may want to come along with us, right? And a few of his crewmen.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm not sure exactly how it's going to go with like the crew. Like, yeah, I had said to him, I don't know like how willing or how, you know, like, I don't know to ask the crew, like after everything that's happened, like some of them got taken, you know what I mean? So I don't know how many of them are going to want to come with us, but it looks like he and Avalina, or he and my mother, are both going to come along with us, and then some crew, but I don't know.
We're going to have a blind captain on this ship.
What reason would he want to come with us in his condition?
He is a stubborn man, but he is a fine captain. In fact, he rescued me and my mother when I was a baby. My mother's been sailing the seas before she met him. Really, eyes or not, he knows this ocean better than certainly any of us.
Are the eyes completely gone, like just empty sockets?
Are they kind of meatball-y?
Yeah.
They kind of look like if a raisin and like a piece of coal had like a love child that was like like petrified eyeball. It's like that.
Very
it's not
specific.
cool. We're gonna get him 2 eye patches.
Oh, genius. 2
yeah.
eye patches.
The old
Yes.
2 eye patch trick.
Or maybe just like throw a blindfold on him like Bird Box style.
I sailed with a man who wore 2 eye patches once. Didn't last long.
Now,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to come up with some rules he's not gonna like, but
now just for, I guess, all of our safety, if we are to be traveling with this man who now can no longer see, I mean, it's no... I'll just be out with it. It's kind of a liability for all of us, I imagine. Although he may know the sea very well, we're not sure what kind of trouble we'll be getting in, and where he will actually be in the middle of that trouble is more of my concern.
I mean, but he's also experienced the trouble. This is his boat, and you've never been on a boat yourself ever in life. So, I mean, if you want to talk about liabilities,
Of course,
not
I'm
to
just
be a huge
questioning-
bitch, but
Alinea, okay, yes, you do. She makes a point, Veritan.
sorry, it's been a
She makes
day.
a point.
You are correct,
you-
although this man has no eyes.
And you have no knowledge of a ship, so a blind Boden might be even better than a knowledgeable you. No offense. I've only known you a few days. Eve, you're gorgeous, but same goes to you.
She's fixing the sail, though. Looks great.
That's true.
I mean,
She
Or
actually
does
hasn't
it?
done anything yet.
Do
but-
I have a
done anything
perception
yet.
of it looking good?
there's nothing for her to work on right now. She's
Oh,
just
yeah.
taking it down. So there's nothing that she's done, but that was a really nice compliment.
I can tell you're setting up to do great things over here.
Yeah, I may not know anything about the sea, but bringing a few of the crewmen and him as well may help us avoid the waters where these hags live.
We are going to need a solid crew to man the
Mhm.
ship.
Yeah, we definitely need to bring some of them, but we're gonna have to kind of assess and figure out who's gonna be a good fit.
in knowing the possible danger that lies ahead, we're going to have to make sure we're stocked up for something like that. Maybe even man the ship more than usual, just in case. Anyway, we should probably head to the Jolly Dwarf, and talk with Elro about fixing the ship up and what we need to equip it with. What do you guys think? Should we head over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Before we head over, I'm gonna just look for a deckhand, a guy who someone who looks like they know what they're doing, and I'm just gonna tell him, excuse me, sir, what was your name?
Jurgen.
Jurgen. Do me a favor. There's a young dwarf named Gimgin I sent off to go look for sailing canvas. If he comes up looking for me, if he's looking, my name's Billy.
I know what your name
over.
is, lad.
I'm just
I've
checking.
been shouting
I'm just
it from the boat this whole time.
Oh, well, thank you. Just being cordial, just to make sure. Let him know I'm at the Jolly Dwarf and to relay the news over there for me.
Aye, Gimgin, Jolly Dwarf.
Thank you, Jurgen.
Jurgen, by the way, from just so you're aware, is one of the lead carpenters that's kind of like working on this.
That is good to know. Jurgen. Okay.
And he also hates you. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and with that, then I also I add with that, and Jurgen, as you continue to assess and fix, you let me know anything else that might need attention, or any supplies or extra hands that you may need.
Well, you got the whole village out here right now, so I can't imagine who else you'd find.
Yeah, that's true. But just in case, I thought I wanted to extend the offer. You let me know.
Your concern is appreciated, and if there's something, I will let you know.
With that, head out.
Okay. So you're all into the Jolly Dwarf, huh?
Well, so I don't have any sort of cloth or anything to fix it with. Like, I'm thinking this might take a few days, so maybe I should stay and try to figure out how to fix such a giant...
You are saying this aloud right now.
If Eve, if you would like, you can stay and assess the sails to see if there's anything that you could possibly salvage. A lot of it is torn, and without proper materials, there's not really a whole lot I feel like you could do. But you're welcome to stay and help and find out while we go to the dwarf.
Okay, well, so there's
This is truly up to you. You can search the ship and see if there's anything that catches your eye that you're just like gonna. If you want to use it, you can. But this isn't up to you right now.
Okay, yeah, I guess what I'd have to do is like figure out if there's anything else on the ship that like I can look for that would help with the patching.
Okay. Are you all just kind of leaving now, and then Eve, you have decided that you wanted to just stay and just kind of like re-look at things and see if there's anything else?
Yeah.
Okay. The rest of you gonna head off, and Eve, you've decided that you want to stay, and you are going below deck. At which you again are assessing things. You see that there's running through the ship. Just a quick look. Again, you're seeing that there are crates all over. You see where the ship's quarters are with the hammocks and such. Most of it seems to be kind of a little wet, damaged, and rain has gotten in here, waves have gotten in here. There's a bit of salt, kind of like brine on everything. The cargo itself, it's much smaller than you would think for a ship this size that would normally carry, but there is cargo. A lot of them are still sealed. But you do notice that there are, again, some open crates with bolts of silk inside of it that are weathered and are just kind of sitting there a little bit in the water. But the silk seems fine. It's just that it is got stain on it, and it's kind of been waterlogged.
Okay, so it's usable for sure.
If you would like to use it, you can.
Silk as sails. I guess.
We're actually going to let you think about that one, and we're going to have everyone else continue. Eve, go ahead and make a. Make an insight check.
Okay.
Looking at the material and feeling it, you do feel that it's pretty durable overall. And it's actually not a bad material. And despite the fact that the water and the elements have gotten to it, it does seem like it's held up.
Okay.
So, for the most part, you do feel that like these bolts are workable, and you could, in fact, work with them if you'd like to.
Okay. I guess I would use them. I guess I would just ask Billy when I see him next, like, are they used for anything else on the ship? So like I'm not taking them away from their actual use.
Okay. As you're looking at this, everyone else is kind of walking away down the docks. If you would like to run up and try and catch him before he leaves, you can. But otherwise, you're going to tell him later.
Okay, I guess I will do that. I guess if that's the only material that's on there and I've checked it, then I'll head over to the inn and try to catch up with them and leave the rest for.
Sounds good. So then Eve will join you guys. You all are heading over to the inn. Is there anything you would like to discuss on the way? Otherwise, you're just going straight to the inn.
Yeah, Billy. So I did notice that there's some silk and some barrels in the deck.
Yeah.
Can I use it to fix the sails, or is the silk used for something else that I'm not aware of? Not to put you on the spot.
No, it's I can't imagine it's used. I mean, it was a merchant vessel, so I imagine they're probably. I figured it was silk that they were taking somewhere, as in terms of like, cargo. In terms of, I mean, I saw that silk. I know the silk you're talking about. It was nice silk. It didn't look too damaged compared to everything else around it. It did not cross my mind to use it as a sail. Would I have, DM, would I have an idea of like the strength of a sailing canvas compared to the strength of silk?
You have an idea of kind of like the durability in terms of feel and such, and you did feel the silk. Go ahead and make an insight check.
I'm off the ship. I don't think it's going to be as good. Oh, never mind. 18.
You can still see the ship, okay? As long as you can see it.
It's because Ringo's still walking with a captain hat next
That's
to him.
true.
Yeah, you
That's
paused
true.
and you looked back at the ship.
So, Billy,
and
as you look at Ringo, and Ringo kind of like looks at you and nods, you kind of go, yeah. And you remember the texture of the silk, and despite being fine, you did get the sense of durability, and you could feel that even though the moisture had kind of gone in around it, and like it did get wet and such, that it seemed fine. And then the silk itself had held up and was quite durable. And it was rather heavy.
You know what, Eve? I have Gin looking for sailing canvas, but there is a chance this town might not have any, and that silk might be a good plan B. So if you would like, why don't you head back and
Wait for
Go ahead.
wait for Gringin, Jinjin. What's his name?
Gimgin, the dwarf. He's the young dwarf I sent out looking for sailing canvas. But in case he doesn't find any, that silk might be a good plan B. Why don't go on ahead? Feel free to go on back, take a look at the silk, and start measuring it, comparing it with the sails already there as a template.
Okay.
And
I'll
we
do
can
that.
get that going.
Okay.
So Eve, you run back and begin doing that. From your assessment, excuse me. We'll have you actually go back to that, and I will give that to you in a minute. So let's have you guys all go to the ship. I mean, go to the inn, and in the meantime, we're gonna take a little bathroom break because I'm about a beer and a half in.
Oh damn! We got a drunk DM, guys.
No, not even.
Time to take advantage.
I've just been sitting here all day.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna actually go grab myself a drink.
Yeah. I might do the same. It's okay, take your time. I'm gonna grab something else too. Okay.
Yeah, that was a good call.
It's called Shoots and Ladders.
Okay, cool.
I believe it's called Gimgen and the Eternal Sailcloth.
I can't with that name.
Gim.
Gim.
Gin. All right.
That's so funny.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I don't. Oh, it restarted. Roll20 told me anything I attempt now will not work.
It does that sometimes, like up in the top, right?
Yeah, it's like a server thing. Just reload it.
Anything you attempt at all will no longer
Yeah.
at all work.
Everything the light touches.
Never ever.
Eve, go ahead and make that check.
Okay. Oh, that's bad. Huh?
Damn.
Oh!
Should have had Billy blow on those dice or something. Fuck.
We'll get back to that.
We'll get back to it. Do the inn. Deal with the inn stuff.
I am.
Guys, I'm not going to be as good. I can't see the ship anymore.
Yep,
I'm
it's
going to
gone.
roll shitty.
Okay.
It's gone.
Behind every dungeon master, behind every great dungeon master, there's a great dungeon mistress.
Oh
my God.
That's
Dungeon
everything
mistress.
Joey ever wanted to hear. And
Yeah.
more.
That's how I'm going to refer to you in this house from now on. Dungeon mistress?
And you all
Jenna, I mean, I'm
have
sorry.
arrived at the inn in a rather expedited time.
Yeah.
Uh,
Trust me, that's not a dungeon mistress. All right.
Right, I have seen a dungeon mistress.
And that ain't one.
Right. She's not wearing nearly enough latex.
oh my god.
Damn.
Okay. You do all arrive back. And
All of
walking
us?
inside, except for Eve. Eve has gone back to the ship now at this point and is reassessing things. Ghost Eve is here just witnessing. And as you walk inside the inn, you notice Elro over in the corner, and Arl has begun just kind of cleaning everything and is just keeping an eye out at Elro, who's over in the far corner. All the there's a few glass blades that you see kind of surrounding the rest of the sailors. So it's not that many that have come back, it seems, but you do notice that there is, it looks like five sailors have returned from the ship.
Okay.
Walking
Okay.
up, you immediately get a sense that they all just feel so. There's just a quiet. Elro is just almost like he's expecting an answer, staring at them, and all of them are just like kind of almost staring at their hands. They're all just like kind of dead-eyed, in just a state of shock. Who is in front right now? Just to kind of get an assessment.
I mean, I
guess-
can be in front. Yeah, I or Billy.
Okay,
Yeah.
Alenia, go ahead and make a, since you are kind of looking at this right now, just go ahead and make a perception check with advantage, since you are actually familiar with this crew.
Perception?
Mhm.
Crap, where am I?
Okay, as you look around, you do notice that while several of the crew are definitely missing, the names that jump out at you faintly, it's been some time, are Casimir, Varric, Oscar, Werbin, and the twins.
Okay.
So you know them as Casimir being a human, Varric also a human, Oscar, once again a human. Werbin is a human, but the twins are both half-orcs.
Wow.
I'm going to split off from them and go find a place to sit near and pull out
Okay.
my book and just be ready to kind of write
Sure.
what they
Do you want to go
say
like
or-
right on the edge of the table right next to Arl, kind of cleaning over here?
Yeah, but I want to be able to be within earshot of the whole conversation that's going to happen over there. And just kind
The only way that you could kind of be that is if you were over at this table over here. This area is a little bit like secluded more so unless you're kind of going to that table nearby,
Perfect.
it's a little harder here.
Totally fine.
Okay. Eve and Billy, Elenia and Billy, you are next to Elro, and you have just entered. Oh, Elenia, that was quite a shock, wasn't it? And he's kind of whispering a little bit to you just so that way the other glass blades aren't really hearing it as much.
Yeah, not quite the homecoming that I had anticipated for Boden.
Nor I. I've never seen him so shaken. Arl and myself couldn't even believe what. It's hard seeing that happen to a friend.
Yeah. Was,
Yes, I can imagine how you must be feeling.
yeah.
Is he okay? Aside from.
His eyes being burned out of his head? Yeah. Other than that, seems like he's pretty good. He's resting now.
Arch heart watch over him.
What was that?
I was just invoking the arch heart. I guess. Well, thank you for being here, Linnea, and Cord watch over him as well. I can imagine Cord must have been with him to brave that storm.
Yeah.
Well,
I would say so.
I hope that he can be with us.
Um,
In light of this.
looking at the table, what's my sense of like the other sailors?
Go ahead and
and
make
the glass
an
blades
investigation check.
of the sailors. Basically, everyone around the table. There's
What are you
glass
looking
blades.
for?
I just want to see what their mood is. Especially the sailors. Like, I'm coming here to look for someone to help, and like, do these people look like they're in a state to help out?
Make an
It's
insight
basically.
check.
And
then picture the ship in the background.
No. Imagining.
Imagine.
Picture the
Oh, man.
It
ship.
just doesn't do it. You gotta see
you're
it.
looking
Doesn't
at
do
your
it.
head, and
Just
you're looking
doesn't
down
do
at
it.
Ringo, and Ringo is kind of looking up at you, and then you just suddenly see, and then the hat just falls to the ground as Ringo disappears.
Pick up the hat.
You get the sense that they've seen something horrendous, and on top of that, something happened to their captain, and it's almost as though they didn't quite grasp the situation, that they're all just in such shock of like everything kind of going on. Like it's like you could just see that they're not really reacting properly. That's all. You don't really get an assessment of anything beyond that. And the glass blades themselves, you see they're medium armored. While the armor is not necessarily of fine make, but at the same time it's well made, decently. And they are kind of at like standing ready with Elro, but at the same time you do see them kind of shifting a little bit and looking at each other. There's just a sense of like weariness in the crowd, especially with them knowing about Frigid Woe. You get the sense that they're on edge with kind of a lot.
Right. Okay.
Listen, we haven't really gotten much of a story out of them. I don't suppose that any of that Boden talked, because they're just in shock. I mean, I feel like at this point it might be better just to let them sleep and maybe talk in the morning. I think it might be better for all of us personally, but...
Elro, actually, I did want to talk to you, and ideally... How many of the sailors are there?
There's 5.
And ideally, these 5 gentlemen...
Oh, sorry, 6. There are 6 sailors.
Are they all men, or is there some women?
They are all men.
Okay. And there's 6 of them?
At least from what you can tell, they're all men.
Okay. And these sailors, about mending the ship. However, it does seem like these who went through the ordeal, we could talk about with, and I'm looking at them. I'm obviously at the table. We could obviously talk further if you will all like. We could talk further in the morning after you have some rest. But we are looking for a cure, and there is stuff that needs our attention on the Kalypso presently.
You're right. Thank you for taking charge in that. Frankly, I'm a little surprised. I thought you were a bard, and I didn't know what to expect. But I must say, I'm pleasantly surprised.
That was probably, I think that might have been the first time someone actually addressed Billy as a bard, and so with that, he is kind of taken a little bit aback by it.
I'm sorry, I've overstepped.
No, it's fine. Make no mistake, I am a bard, sir. But I spent a lot of time. Well, let's say I learned my ways on a ship similar to the Kalypso.
Yes, I can see why Aura likes you so much. And there's a faint note of Clara in you.
A faint note of what?
Clara. If you catch him in a good mood, perhaps he'll tell you sometime.
Faint note of Clara. But anyway, all that being said, I did come here to discuss with you what we need for the ship. It's going to take a couple days at least. if not more, to get it done. Gone.
Give
And
me a
if we want
breakdown.
it. And so I sit with him and I go over everything that I saw on the ship, from the hull to all the way to the weapons and the ballista, of like what needs attention.
As he's doing that, I'm gonna get up and go to the bar and get beers for all the sailors, and just like.
Oh, okay. Are you? So as you walk up, you head to the bar, and Arl.
Just a quick exchange. Yeah.
Cool. Just as a quick look at you, sees it. You motion to the sailors. Immediately goes back, grabs some beers. Nothing special, but just fresh. Good ale. Comes back with you, and the two of you bring them over to the sailors.
Cool. And I'll just set them on the table and kind of give them just a nod as I go sit back down. I didn't want to interrupt, but it was kind of just to ease, hopefully, maybe get help from these men.
As this happens, you watch as there's a sense of familiarity with just kind of holding a beer, sitting at an inn in a tavern, and you see almost like in a robotic state them all kind of reaching for the glass and take a swig, and there's a little bit of a glimmer just of like them coming back a little bit more. There's a naturalness to this where it feels safe to them. They understand the feeling of being home in a tavern, especially being at sea for so long. That there's a sense of almost relief, and you could see that as they almost start to breathe. One of them begins to just kind of like tear up a little bit, and it's just like withholding it, and they're all just sipping their beer quietly. But at this point, you're getting normal reactions out of them.
And I'll just look at Billy as he's kind of talking, unraveling the needs, and maybe with the state of the men. I'll just give him a nod and put my hood up, and I'll go over to the table and sit down my papers as I start writing, and I'll take both my gloves off and set them on the table as well.
And without breaking a beat in my discussion, as I nod back to a knowing nod to Veritan for what he did.
Alenia,
keep going.
What are you doing in this?
So, I mean, I have lost track of like where everybody is in regards to everybody else, but I kind of want to get an assessment of all the sailors and kind of figure out who's going to be good to go. So
the sailors are all over here. Right now, just to give you a brief summary again of like everything, the Elro and Billy are right now discussing everything that Billy has made an assessment of for the ship and of what it'll take and such, and Elro's going to give you a breakdown of things. Barry brought over beers with Arl to the sailors, who at this time, having the beers in their hands, now suddenly feel a little more natural, and it seems as though they've kind of come out of the shock a little bit.
Right, so I'm definitely going to go over where the sailors are.
Sure, they're right over here at this table.
Okay, there's just no one there. And then
I know,
also,
I don't have tokens for them right now.
I know, and then Veritan's over here, so I was like, wait, hold on, like, where do I want to go? Yeah, so over here, I want to go by the sailors over here, because I want to talk to all of them.
Okay, and again, you walk up, and they all immediately notice you. Alenia, good to see you. How's your mother? Look at how much you've grown. Like, these are men that you have known for some time. Yeah, I mean, a few of them have been a little bit new, but at the same time, that you've known them for anywhere between 6 to, I would say longer. Anywhere between like your entire life to a couple of them only recently in the last like year or so. But at the same time, there is a camaraderie there, and there's a story that goes with it, as well as being kind of like with Boden and such. Okay. Good to see you. How's everything? You okay? And that is Oscar, who's just from the Menagerie Coast, missing a hand, but you know him to be quite skilled despite that.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I'm just gonna say, I'm okay. There's been a lot going on here, but I wanted to sit down and chat with you guys about the ordeal that you've clearly gone through.
And Casimir just takes his drink, pounds the whole thing. All right, Alenia, get to the point here. It was hell. We went through hell. But gods be blessed, Boden got us out of it. And we lost at least 3 of the crew to that there witch. And another 2 to the ice. And a couple more to whatever that spawn was that crawled out of the sea. Frankly, it's been a trip. And Boden's taken us on some trips, but this has been a trip. And it's and he just again starts, you just see a little bit of tears kind of building on the sides of his face, and he's just trying to hold himself together. One of the twins comes over, Ruskath, and just kind of rubs him on the back. Hey, it's all right, Oscar. Sorry, Casimir. It's okay. It's okay. Listen, Linnea. Can't say that anyone else would feel this way, but it hurts. But the thing that hurts the most is that I didn't do anything. I felt like I couldn't move. I was terrified. I've never seen anything like it. And after that, I tried to just get us home, but I could see it in Boden's eyes that he cost him something. But I swear, now that I see what it did, now that I know what it was, I can't just sit here not doing anything while Boden just doesn't see the sea anymore.
Well, perhaps you could see the sea for him. We actually, because of everything that's been going on here, I don't know how much you know, but it seems to have coincided with your journey, so you might have a chance to do something yet. I know you've all just gotten back in, but we are planning to head back out very soon.
And Warbin, who's just like kind of the quiet ship carpenter, Alenia, are you saying that you'll be coming with us?
I'm saying that I'll be coming, and it seems like Boden and my mother are going to come along as well, and any crew that we can get together for the journey.
And Ruskath and Raglin, the half-orcs, kind of are just like... And you just hear Ruskath, Alenia, does Cord sail with us too? Will he be there? Will he fight with you?
Indeed he will.
Make a persuasion check.
Think of the ship.
I don't have advantage anymore, right?
I quickly doodle the ship and I like show her the ship.
Fucking hell.
And then I
Did you
just
see
put
that?
my book away and I'm just like, it was a terrible drawing. Terrible drawing.
It's a not one drawing.
It was
sure.
rushed. I didn't have time.
I mean, that's
feel
basically
like... Then yeah, I just don't know. I can't say that's... If you could show me the Storm God will be with us.
Was
I
that
would be there.
persuasion with advantage because she knows them though? The last one was.
Not she's trying to convince them that Cord is going to be there.
right. Well, I'm trying to convince myself of that
call.
also.
I just feel like I just need something to hold on to, and if you don't feel well, the vigor that Cord gives, the strength of it, I just don't know. The twins, I don't know if we can be in here if Cord will not be there.
Well, having seen the return that I saw, this afternoon or whatever hell time of day it is right now. I don't know that there's any promise I could make you that you would fully trust.
Then show me that he's here. Show me that he's with you.
I'm gonna say
Ay. Let's go. And the twins start to kind of walk out, and Casimir, Varric, and Oscar, Werbin are all, hey, just come back here, lads. Just give us a moment. And they're starting to walk out the door. Or over behind you, they've passed you now, and they're kind of just looking at you like, shaking their heads.
wait.
The room goes
And
still.
I am going to cast fog cloud to surround them.
Okay. How do you cast this?
So I kind of want to cast it in a way that it encircles them and kind of brings them back towards me,
Okay.
so that they know that it's not like some random ass smoke or something.
Sure, but like, so as you're casting this, you again reach into your cloak and you just grab this.
Yeah,
this
I'm gonna grab my
pendant
amulet.
around you. It's got lightning bolts coming out of it,
Mhm.
and as you're saying this, what do you say as you're casting this?
I'm going to say, I don't know, Cord is with me.
And as you do this, you feel this fog kind of creep out around them, and it almost seems just like kind of like pleasant, low fog, innocent a little bit, and they're almost like look at you like, look at this little fog. It's kind of pathetic. And then you see this crack of lightning around this fog cloud, almost like a mini storm has emerged around them. As the fog rolls and you feel this presence kind of in this fog for a moment, and you see this like, and both the twins are kind of just like jumping at each burst as this is happening, and no damage is being done necessarily to the inn itself, but you feel this presence almost like there's this storm within this fog cloud around them, and it's just swirling and kind of diving in on them, and both of them are kind of huddled up and just, Olivia, please, we submit, we understand.
I'm not trying to scare you or harm you. I'm just trying to convince you that
Okay.
Cord is with me and he'll be with you. He'll be with all of us.
Okay. Cord is with us. And you see them just kind of like kind of hit each other a little bit, like getting like almost riled up as they're excited. Like kind of they pull out their spears and they're just like kind of like batting them on the table, and they're like, Cord is with us. And then everyone in like all the other sailors are just kind of like looking at you, kind of like, okay, Elenia. Okay. If you need us, we'll be there.
Excellent. I'm just gonna, can I kind of just do one of these with my hands and just kind of like pull the like
Sure.
fog up into my hand and like
Absolutely.
maybe I can pull it into this amulet.
Yeah. So in a sickening display, you literally just kind of go,
Just like,
and you just see this as the wind kind of gathers in the room around them, and it swirls and it just goes, and it just disappears into the amulet.
That was hot.
yes. And then like glitters and then like the whole room goes.
That was great.
Right.
Billy, you have definitely, you pulled away to witness this as you saw the storm clouds kind of going on and stuff. You and Elro were both kind of mid-conversation, finishing up kind of what we were discussing, and then you were both just immediately distracted by what was happening. And then you just see Arl over in the corner, who's just pouring a beer, but there's no glass. He's just kind of over here, and he's just like, Oh. Avalina, that was a first for me in my end.
Alinea, what was that?
The power of the storm.
Good to know. Good to know.
Yeah. I can't explain it fully, but suffice it to say, Cord is with us.
And you just hear all the sailors just take their glasses. Cord is with us.
Cord is with us.
And then the glass blades are kind of also feeling a little bit at ease at this point. Everyone feels kind of strangely better. Elro looks over at Alinea. Cord is with us. Perhaps we should. Well, it seems that there's a lot to do. I will handle these affairs, Billy. In the meantime, it seems that there's much for you all to stock up on, and I believe that I owe you the means of doing that. I don't know how we're going to pay for all this, but we'll figure all of that out a little bit later, and I will talk to Boden and assess what it is going to cost to fix this. But in the meantime, Cord is with us, and
Cord is with us.
And yes.
Yes. I believe we talked about 100 gold to help us out. It's there is some danger ahead, and we are going to need as many resources as possible.
Naturally. I will. In fact, I think at this point I will just take care of that now. Give me a moment, and I will be back.
Okay.
In the meantime, gentlemen, Arl, I don't suppose you could give a discounted rate for a gentleman here. I'll throw in meals. And, yeah, I'll take care of them. Don't worry. And the sailors are. Thanks, all. Yes. In the meantime, I will be back in a moment. And he just leaves. The glass blades kind of stare at him as he looks back and he looks at the sailors and just pulls them in tow, and they all exit. Arl goes back to the kitchen. Gonna make like I said, late lunch. I'm gonna just start working on food stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I might take a sandwich, Arl, if that's not too much trouble.
Yeah. You seem busy, so I'll do that, and I'll get that right up.
DM, can I ask, how much do I know of Cord? That god, the storm god?
Go ahead and make a history check.
Did I go outside?
Man.
Am I still inside?
I'm sorry. I thought I grabbed Elro.
No, you grabbed me.
Oh no!
You grabbed me.
My bad. So yes, you are.
21. I thought of the ship real hard, and I rolled a 21.
You have heard of Cord. Cord is common among sailors that you've known, as well as the Menagerie Coast. Cord is a god of storms and bravery that most sailors and people would invoke, especially when they needed. They felt that they were afraid or that they wanted to succeed in battle or in such. So you'll see a lot of the various battles that you have seen and such. A lot of the sailors will have had kind of brief moments with that.
Okay.
Is he alone at the table at this point?
Veritan?
Well.
I mean, sorry. Are you talking about?
Was
Billy
I was always alone at the table, or were they with me?
This table that you were at, they had sat down at too.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
because there's only two tables here, and the sailors were filling this table, so there was only the other option was right here.
Okay, I didn't know they were next wick with me, but what I kind of wanted to say something to Arl before he left.
Arl or Elro?
Or Elro, the leader of the Glass Blades guy.
Okay.
Kind of with Billy there, and maybe Alinea come over.
Sure.
I don't know what she's doing.
So before
he left,
as he's getting up to leave,
yeah.
I will get that right now for you.
I kind of just listening to all of it and kind of writing down especially what I just saw, I'm gonna kind of close my book and put my gloves back on, and just to Billy and him. So, although I don't know the seas, I'm sure any fighting that may happen out there can resemble the same. If it were happening on the boat, then it would be on land. Is there any way that we may get some militarized help on the ship, maybe for our voyage, perhaps by the company of some of the glassblades themselves? What do y'all think about
Yes,
that?
that is actually something, Elro. I was going to save that for a little bit later, but Veritan brings up a good point.
I see. I see.
There's dangers ahead that any glass blades you could spare would definitely help.
I will see what I can do, but with everything coming back into town, the Rimmer Haas, I still don't know the whereabouts of, but that would be our typical glassblades ship. But I hope that arrives soon, but yes, I see your point. I can spare 2 at least, and we will see what else I can do from then.
Okay.
We'll take whatever we can get. Thank you.
Thank you. And is there anything else you need, or I will return at least with what I owe you?
I think that's it for now, Elro, unless Veritan, is there something?
I have a rather strange request, and I'm sure a small town like this may not have the tools necessary for this, but I am under the inquiry of a small diamond, perhaps. Is there any jeweler or precious stones that may have flown through this town, maybe perhaps from the miners of the mountains, or?
Yes, there's some. I'm not really sure what size you're looking for.
Size worth about 50 gold pieces. It's a strange request, but I'm in need of one, actually. And it would be
Very
quite
well.
valuable to me if I were to have it prior to our departure.
Okay, I will.
Bless you.
I'll see if I can find a means of acquiring that out of the 100 that I at least am paying you right now. And if I can give you 50 and that, would that seem fair?
That would be wonderful. And perhaps, well, I trust you, and you are a man of your word thus far. Perhaps I can give you the gold now, and if you run across it, we can just do a exchange, and you may bring it to me.
Sure. I was planning on bringing you the 100 gold, but I meant if you'd like, I can bring you the 50 and make an assessment of whether or not I can find the other.
Yes. In all due respect, Veritan, we need. I believe we need all 100 gold to purchase things.
No,
so when it comes to this diamond, if you could use your own.
Yes, of course. This is for my personal agenda, of course.
I see. Yes, Veritan,
I'll pull out 50 gold.
Okay.
Just give it to him.
Well, I'm just going to hand this right back to you, and now I will bring you 50. But I will...
Oh, he literally just takes it and hands it to me?
I will see what I can find. Give me a moment, and I will at least return with the 50 gold, and I will... It seems from what we've assessed that you're not leaving for at least another 2 to 4 days. In the meantime, I will see to it. You need everything that you can get, so I will do what I can to find such an item. And I think I actually might have a way.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, I'll be here waiting for the other 50, Elro. Thank you.
Okay. I'll be back. And he leaves.
As he leaves, what was the name of the ship he said he was waiting on? It was the
Rimmer Haas.
Rimmer Haas. I want to turn to Veritan. Was Rimmer Haas, when Avalina was telling us about Boden, wasn't Rimmer Haas a ship mentioned, or am I incorrect?
I believe, was that the ship mentioned that was lost?
Is Avalina, is she here? Is she with us? Are you like in our table, Avalina?
Avalina, am I?
Yeah, you watched. You were standing about right here when everything kind of happened, and the sailors were chanting at this point. The sailors are now all sitting at this table. Arl is working on food, and they're all kind of enjoying themselves for a moment. The tension has broken, and with that, the twins had walked past you back to the table. You are now kind of between the two. You did witness all this. You're just kind of standing in the middle of all it.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
going to call Elenia over then, after Elro leaves.
Okay.
Elenia, the ship, the Rimmerhaus, was that the ship that Boden mentioned?
He had
To you?
mentioned it. Yes. Yeah.
Was that the one they saw crashed? Was that the one that was? Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it lost? Was it crashed?
I don't know. Oh wait. I don't know. I think it was attacked, but I don't know if it was.
I feel like that ship might not be returning to Pale Blank Bank, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Alenia, from what you remember, you actually remember that Borden had talked about 3 ships. His ship, there was another ship that he went after, and you heard him talk about the Remmerhaus and how the Remmerhaus decided to go around the storm, and it would take a lot longer to do so.
Oh, so okay, it went around.
Oh, okay.
It went so
Okay.
there was another ship from Dwendalian territory that was the missing ship, and they went through to find it, and the Remmerhaus went around.
Did he mention the name of that third ship?
He did not.
Yeah.
Talking.
So the Rumor House might just take a while. It might be fine for all we know. Maybe we shouldn't scare Elro about it.
And talking to Elenia, going over Boden's story, there was something that crawled up onto the ship, and then there was something in the... Is that the hag? Or the sea hag? That was the sea hag, that creature that crawled up. Okay, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we, there's an, I don't know what you might have in your books, but maybe it might do us some good just in case to look up anything about... All I know is from stories, but maybe find anything that could aid us in case we do come across...
I would imagine
like
there may
this.
be something of this kind stored somewhere in the libraries, possibly in the church. The church? The temple? Temple or church? What is it called, DM? Is it a temple or is it a church?
We'll call it a temple.
Okay. Within the temple, this being a sea town,
Yeah.
port town, I'm sure they may have some sort of history of some kind. The libraries weren't very large, but it's worth an effort to maybe speak with Trevor.
Yeah. That might be good. Well, I guess it's gonna take us a few days, so I'll probably do whatever I can to help out, and let's see if we can get shipped off as fast as possible. Holy crap!
So I'm going to jump in right now and just make an inquiry for all of you. At this point, from what you've gathered with today and everything else like that, it seems like things are kind of progressing as need be. Elro will be returning with your gold shortly, and there are tasks that need to be done. But overall, it feels like the wheels and the cogs are turning for what you're expecting, Billy. If you would like to accomplish anything today, you can, and if you want, we could jump a little bit and montage ourselves for the following day. This isn't up to you guys.
I wouldn't mind doing that. The following day, I could go speak with Trevor. I mean, yeah, we kind of... Personally, I've done everything. There's a couple things I want to do if I were to take a long rest.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I'm saying. So what we can do is if you guys would like to montage a little bit, or if there's something that you just want to do, but frankly, if you're going to just spend the time to do it, you're going to do it. You know what I mean? So we could just kind of accelerate the process a little bit right now, just so that way you guys have time to kind of, because we obviously are in a waiting period. So if there's something that if you want to just kind of push this forward, we could find a way to do that. Is what I'm getting at. If
Yeah, there's just like within the next couple days or so, however long it takes the ship
Sure.
to get done. There's just a few things I want to do.
As of right now, I would say that the big things that so far are tomorrow. You wanted to go to the yard, and I believe that Boden wanted to have a discussion with people. And then Billy, you wanted to assess the sales and such still. And I believe that late tonight at some point or tomorrow, depending on if he found an answer, Gimgen was going to try and drop by.
Right. Okay.
But,
wait, what time of day is it?
right now it's about 2-ish. Somewhere in that range. Earl's brought out the food. You've kind of had breakfast for the most part. Like you're in a day where it's still the middle of the day. People are still working, but obviously there's those that are involved are kind of doing their thing.
So before before the night comes, I'm gonna go to I'll just show up at the temple, see if Trevor's there or see whoever's there, and I want to just inquire scrolls or any lore on the sea or. This being a sea-bearing town, just see if they have anything in relation to this sea hag.
Okay.
So that's what I'll be.
Okay.
That's what I'll do right now. Just to kind of
So
expedite me getting there.
Yeah. So what we'll do is, are you just asking Trevor?
I'm gonna ask whoever, if there's a believer in the Cord god. Is it Cord? C-O-R-D.
Cord. K-O-R-D.
K-O-R-D. I'll probably look for that kind of symbol in this temple where there's a few religions, I believe, if I remember correctly.
There's only two. You have not seen the symbol necessarily for Cord, but at the same time, everyone seems to be referring to Alenia as having some sort of representation there.
Okay, so I'll just ask whoever, and I'll just spend my time there, kind of just
talking.
So
you're at the temple doing that. All right.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that you guys would like to do?
The first thing I would do, I guess there's two things I'd want to do before the night's got done, is one, I want to go back to the ship and check on Eve and see how things are going with the silk. So. Sure.
So why don't we just, really quick, what we'll do is we'll just jump over to Veritan at the temple. We'll just do a quick thing there, and then we will go over to, no, you know what, Veritan, we will just say for the sake of it that you have a relationship with Trevor. You're just going to walk up, and if you can find him, you're going to ask him about some stuff, and he will... he doesn't know of anything necessarily on the top of his head. The name sounds a little bit familiar, but he'll consult any kind of records that he might have or ask around. He thinks that he's heard a tale or two from some of the local fishermen as well. So he'll see if he can come back to you on that.
Great.
And then Elro has already returned and dropped off the other 50 gold that he owes you. And has offered, again, 2 glass plates to be of use on the ship. He's going to assess any of the inventory that they have, if there's anything that they might be able to spare. But at the same time, though, with everything that's it's costing the city to just rebuild the ship, they're pretty thin on resources.
Does Elro have an idea of just what the town in general has in terms of like its resources? Like, I guess when Elro comes back, I'll just let him know that we're in need of sailing canvas, and I don't know if he would know if we need that, but
no, but I think, I know that the fishermen will use in their smaller boats that they use for fishing vessels, and I can't imagine that they wouldn't have some somewhere. I know that we might have some just for the Remohas in case something happens, I suppose. I don't know if we have the capacity that you might need, but I think we could probably supply some if there is something, but I couldn't.
That'd be good.
I'll send some runners out and I'll see if I can find something.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay.
And then with that, I'll head to the ship.
All right. Heading to, is anyone else going with you, or are we all kind of separated at this point? So I know, Veritan, you went to Trevor and are inquiring into that.
Yeah, I'll go to the yard next because I think I got to pick up some of my furs.
Sure. Alenia, are you doing anything?
Yeah, Alenia, I'm gonna head back to the ship and check on Eve. Would you like to join me? Do you have other things you need to do?
It's a little early to go back to the lighthouse, so presently, no. I think that I've made my point here, so yeah, I'll come back to the ship with you.
Cool. And as we head back to the ship, I'm just gonna turn to Lenny and be like, "So how long have you been able to do that thing with the mist and the and the
And the floating and all that stuff.
Yes.
It's yeah, it's hard to explain. It's kind of ever since I was a child, like I was able to do like a few things, like just kind of like I could jump a little further at one point, and then I could kind of just like I seemed to, the older that I got, be able to do things like manipulate the air around me and then the weather, and now I can float. Like I can do some different stuff. Like it's still constantly kind of changing and developing, but it is the storm god Cord who seems to be connected with all of it.
Yeah. And he's a good god, right? He's like he's one of the good ones.
Yeah, no, it's he's not evil.
Okay.
I mean, like any god,
Just
you know.
Just checking. Just there's some bad ones out there. Not that I, you know, that I what's the word I'm looking for? Fuck.
That you don't trust me or something?
No, yeah, not that I don't trust you
Yeah.
or anything like that. But I just,
I know.
you know, thought I'd ask.
It is a lot. I just kind of I didn't feel it was right to get into it in front of the boys.
Yeah, well, that was some good intimidation there.
Negotiating.
That was some damn good negotiating.
Yeah.
Because we're definitely going to need them. So, good on that. Good on you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. And as you're coming up to the ship, again, you see the bustle of everything kind of going on. There is, again, a lot. You have just all, like, at this point, the ship has been almost disassembled all the way to the point where you see now all the sails off. Everything has been kind of redone. They've gathered all the ropes. Now they're kind of acquiring, like figuring out all the resources, the things they need to do. The carpenters are busy just like building now the new wood that they need to. It's going to take a moment to actually plane all the wood, get everything cut. So you have a whole crew that are working on purely the lumber part of it. Eve is in the middle of the ship now, having a lot of these bolts of cloth. It looks like she's gathered about 5 of them that she's managed to find from below deck, and has been kind of working with that, as well as like talking to other people to just to be making cuts and various things of like what to do it for the templates that she's been working with. And is there anything else that you were doing, Eve?
I guess I'm just now anticipating if that little boy came, the little dwarf.
Gin has not returned, but you've seen him faintly kind of running back and forth all over.
He's a hard-working boy.
Really is a hard-working kid, I tell you.
Yeah.
Some
Okay,
respect for this dwarf.
So is it looking like I'll have to use the silk as the sails?
I don't know yet. We haven't really. Gimgin hasn't come back, and Elro is also doing some looking. So I don't know. But it looks like you've been doing some good work here.
Yeah.
I don't know if we should start cutting yet.
She's already been doing the templates.
She's been doing that. I would say, just to be safe, let's just keep going as if we're going to use these, because we might have to. Who knows? And then I'm just gonna like take some time to assess them and compare and see if there's anything that I need to any more details I need to relay to her about how a sail should be. You know?
Sure. So now that she's been looking at it, you've seen the material. she's laid it out and she's already kind of like building templates for it and such. And in looking at it now, Billy, you do, again, from your memory and from doing it, you're like, this could actually work, it seems, albeit a little different than what you're used to. But at the same time, it's still like kind of a faint thing, almost like you have a memory of it too, but just not. You're not really sure.
Oh, interesting.
And so, especially now seeing it kind of like laid out in templates, you're just, it's interesting. It kind of throws you for a second. And so, you're all doing that. And Billy, as you are kind of assessing things and looking at it, like you're on the shore now, as like Eve has been kind of working with a separate crew that's like pulled the things down and is doing it over here. You hear behind you just, okay, 1,000 mermaids, 1,000 mermaids, 1,000 mermaids, 1,000 mermaids, 1,000 mermaids. And you just hear it like kind of echo behind you as it runs off into the distance. And then overall, it seems like everything's kind of getting done. Eve, go ahead and make a perception check. Eve, as you're working and doing this, you do notice kind of a little bit further out that there just seems to have been, you felt this kind of like, feels like people are almost watching you. More specifically, it feels like there's like a smaller group in a sense. And you've noticed that over in the corner, kind of like further up in the yard, that there are just some figures that have just been kind of like watching kind of strangely over here on the side.
Just
and
creeping.
then, Veritan,
Okay.
while, go ahead and make a perception check as you are leaving the temple.
Me?
Yep.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Me?
Me?
How dare he say me?
Let me.
Ooh,
How dare
me?
I will perceive this
Ooh.
thing.
He's above
I
the ship.
perceive.
Oh.
I perceive.
that right now. You perceive me.
Veritan, you are so focused on trying to figure out what the sea hag is. You didn't really. You kind of heard some shuffling behind you, but you didn't notice anything.
I perceived nothing, just as I thought.
All right. And you all, at this point, are kind of wrapping up the day. Veritan, you are now going down to the yard and have made inquiries again with the stuff that you are owed. Baron, indeed, true to his word, has pulled out the boots that he owes you.
With the fur?
Yeah, with the fur. And the whole
Boots
club
with the
is
fur.
looking at you as you try these things on. And then while he's doing that, he also pulls out your cloak. It's a thick wool, like fur cloak. Nicely made for kind of considering that it was a rush job. But at the same time, though, it's nothing quite like yours from how it looks. It looks it makes your cloak look better by most standards.
It's going to be, I mean, well, I guess this is a good question. Can I wear it over my cloak? I mean, it's more so like a warm jacket.
You could theoretically wear it over or under. Your cloak is it fits like kind of a little bit flowy overhead and stuff. So it's one of those where you could do either.
Okay, cool. Perfect.
Are you putting it on underneath or over it?
I will put it on. I will put it on over.
Okay. So you throw this on over your cloak. And Baron, as you're doing that, he's kind of, again, trying to get an assessment of your cloak. But you, again, throw it over and just kind of put your arms through it. Now, at this point, you look good. You look like you're warm.
Yeah, I have no care to what it looks like, to be honest.
It's a nice looking cloak. I mean,
Yeah.
it's just for
If
a
it's
line.
warm, to me, like, that's warmth.
How thick this is and everything, you find that between just the gloves that you normally have, as well as with your boots and the cloak, this is, I mean, it is a thick thing. You do feel rather warm.
Okay, got it.
Mm-hmm.
Too warm?
Right now, you feel pleasantly warm.
Okay, I like pleasantly warm. Cool. Then I will just finish my day at this point, go to the inn, and go to my room, and I will just. There's a lot of things that I want to do in the room, but
Sure.
my day is finished. For the most part.
Okay. Is there anything else that you all are doing?
Yeah.
Yes.
What you told me I saw someone suspicious by the ship?
You saw them kind of further past the yard. So if the yard is kind of like built, if everything's like built a little bit in layers, you're working in the yard right now. You saw kind of in the second layer where there's like some other buildings as it comes back up. People were kind of eyeing you. Just
Okay.
Like you saw figures in shadow, just kind of watching a little bit.
Did I notice these people?
She has not
Creeping
pointed out
on.
to you.
Okay.
Okay. Is everyone back at the ship already, I'm assuming?
Only Elenia and Billy joined you. You did manage to see Veritan kind of coming over to the yard and doing different things, but he didn't necessarily stop by. He just kind of gave you guys a wave.
I didn't wave.
He didn't wave.
What an ass.
Rune reached out of his pocket and
Yeah. No, I don't think I would have saw them if I'm not. If I didn't perceive that, I've kind of got a mission. I'm on my thing. They may have seen me, but I'm kind of hood up at this point, walking through town. Just kind of in my own mind, at least.
okay.
So what I want to do is, I want to grab a random crewman that's been helping me.
Sure.
And I want to grab him in like a weird way, and like in where
By
like
his
I'm
wiener.
freaked out and just kind of
By
grab
his
him
wiener.
and like pull him over. Do you see shadows over there? You know, like
There are shadows everywhere. We're in a fishing village. Do you not see how the sun hits? All buildings have shadow.
but like someone's looking at us. Human shadows, humanoid shadows.
Human shadow.
Am I there? Do I hear her asking this guy this thing, or am I?
Really?
Human
So glad you're
shadows.
here. Now that I've gone insane with fabric and silk, I swear someone's looking at me over there. Few
I
people.
look in the direction that she's pointing. Do I see anything?
And at this point, Eve has made a show of trying to show a guy of where this is and these figures are. Billy, as you look, you don't see anyone.
What?
I don't see anything. Are you sure over there you saw something?
I could have sworn. I mean, it's not normal shadows. I know this guy said that there's
Human
shadows. Shadows, I know. But this one, maybe I need a sandwich. But I felt someone was watching me.
Get a sandwich.
You know what, everyone? Would you say it's about like 5 o'clock?
We can expedite the process and say that you are getting closer to the end of the day. And with the way that the sun sets and stuff, it's earlier days here. So around 6 o'clock, it's starting to set.
Okay, so it can be like, even if you think it's like 3. Well, I am gonna go eat something, hopefully. And whoever's been helping me can too, if they would like to. I don't think I will come back to these sales anytime today. So I need a break. I need food. Billy, is that all right
Yeah.
with you?
Yeah, take a break. You did good work today, Eve.
What were you guys up to at the inn? Did we get the crewmen?
Yeah, we're just
Elenia was.
yeah.
Elenia put on a show to make sure we did get some crewmen with us.
Oh,
Trying to make sure that they feel like they're going to be safe going back out into the fray, as it were.
Yes, I was thinking
mean-
of that myself.
Yeah.
How to keep us safe. I have a few ideas up my sleeve. Hopefully, I'm not too forward with it.
Oh.
I
No,
mean,
please
Yeah.
be forward.
help is
Please
help.
Be forward. Yeah. I also got us some gold from Elro, Eve, so we can do a little shopping and get ourselves some supplies. We're probably going to need some warm clothes and food and, I don't know, whatever weaponry or whatever. But yeah, so we have a little cash to spend on stuff we need.
We still got to pick up
Anything that
your
comes to
frozen
mind.
frog armor, right?
Yeah,
We do. Thank you for reminding me.
Yeah.
I was gonna say.
I'm actually going to check on them right now. I'm
Yeah.
going to go check on them right now. Are you two ladies good?
Yeah. I was actually gonna see. Is he still making it for women? A woman size one or small?
I'm
Who did
really
he end up
glad you
fitting
brought
that
that. Now that you brought that up, Eve, here's the thing: is that it's not going to be able to fit me. I don't know how slender Veritan is. I also feel like he doesn't wear a lot of armor. But we worked really hard on getting that armor, and I feel like it's going to be really helpful. So between you and Elenia, someone's going to wear this armor. And so,
after working this shift, I'm kind of feeling maybe I should get the armor. I'm not much of an armor kind of gal, but I'm also realizing I'm not as strong as I thought I was.
well, based on the armor you're wearing right now, I feel like, and what they described as armor should be, I feel like you should be fine. But yeah, why don't let's fold up this silk, we'll put it away in the hold, and go check on it and see how it's going.
Yeah, definitely want to be protected on this wooden monster. No, I don't know what an armor is. Wooden
It's
monster.
not a monster. It is a vessel, and there is no
Wooden
reason to be. There we go. We're learning.
For the past few hours, I've definitely become fond of this vessel.
Marvelous vessel.
Here we go.
I was gonna say like
Baby
vessel.
steps.
Well, yeah, especially since I'm making her.
You're
The ship?
Olivia would know more about that than I would.
We usually refer to a ship as she.
Well, I'm making her, I guess, in my mind, a cloak, but
Of sorts.
we'll see.
Yeah.
Of sorts.
It's more like a
Okay.
propelling motion.
Right. Should we get you like a drink and some food or something? You've been working on this for a while.
Yeah, I definitely. Well, we'll stop at the tailor first, or
Yes. Okay.
yeah.
Right. Whatever those guys are.
Yeah. Can I ask, DM, like I bought some winter clothing when I got here, but it's not like heavy winter clothes, right? Like not.
You
like
have
a heavy
have
jacket.
a decent amount from what you have. You already have since you were already here in that regard. You did have just clothes that were more so padded and warmer to begin with. You are wearing your leather armor. It's been fitting on underneath it, but you definitely have like a various kind of thicker like wools and furs under that. You don't necessarily have gloves or boots, but you don't really wear boots in that regard.
Right.
But a little bit extra might help you from your assessment of what you've gathered. But it seems like you are close.
I was just gonna ask, based on like the book that Veritan showed us of like being prepared
From what
for
you
the
understand,
tundra.
it seems like that it helps to have 3 parts in a sense. You already have at least one, but you don't necessarily wear boots to begin with, and your pants are pretty warm as it is. So
So is the only thing I'm really missing? Is the only thing I'm really missing are either boots or gloves?
something of that caliber, perhaps.
Okay. Good
That's
to
what
know.
it feels like to you.
But in terms of like a jacket, like I'm set. And in terms
You
of
you already have warmer clothing. You do have a cloak. It's just like a thicker wool cloak, but at the same time, though, it is still a cloak. If you again having that little bit extra or something like that might help you. Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right.
Alenia, you are in a similar boat.
A similar boat with what?
Warm clothing. You have definitely warm clothing around you, on you, but it might help.
Across is freezing cold, though, right?
Yes, it might help to have some extra, like whether you have gloves or boots or something like that. That might be a little bit more winter, like cold proof. You do have a similar kind of cloak of like not necessarily like Veritan does, but you do have warm clothes. So I'd say you are possibly missing like a boots and gloves.
Somewhere. Could I like potentially grab other stuff like from home?
You could if you. I mean, you haven't necessarily done it, but at the same time, it's one of those where you could look into that and find out what you might have if your mother has anything.
Right.
Okay. Is there anything? I know we're kind of just jumping ahead here, but are you driving by the yard?
I want to stop at the yard. I don't know if the rest of you girls want to come with me, but I definitely want to stop at the yard and stop it.
Mm-hmm. I'm down for that.
As you come up to the yard, Corfel just sees you walking up. I mean, this flaming red hair. He looks just like he's been going at it, and he's all sweaty and such. And Rurik and Brandon are both just working on things. You can see that they are actively working on the clothes. I mean, on the stuff that you had discussed previously. Aye, Dragon Billy.
Aye.
Listen.
Dragon Billy.
Please, Dragon Billy was my father. Billy is fine.
Billy, it's not ready yet. We haven't had a weaver, so we can't really expedite the process here. You know, it only takes so long to, not to mention we got to fit the damn thing. So,
it's fine. We just came to see.
Frankly, I would say this, is that if you have something that you'd like to fit in mind, we could work on that. It might be a bit nicer, or at least fit a little bit better. But at the same time, we're going off kind of a general idea here from your friends of what we saw.
Well, the armor will most likely go to this striking young blonde over here. And then I was wondering if...
she's striking, all right.
Easy. Eat down, boy. Easy.
Corporal.
And then as in terms of fitting, I'm not usually one for hand or footwear, but seeing as where we're going, if you could do me a favor, gloves to fit these, and I point to my feet, boots for these, that might come in handy.
I'll see what I can do. We only have so much material here, but I will consider it. And tomorrow everything should be done-ish.
Okay. Could I also not to put more work on you, but commission you for we're about to go farther north, and a warmer jacket for myself. I'm looking to pack on layers here. Maybe something with a hood.
I see what you're saying.
For the elements.
We're already pretty stacked as it is. We could have this done by tomorrow, and then work from there. We're short the weaver, so there's only so much time we can make all this clothing / armor and everything else. You know, and the entire village is busy right now. So, I guess once you pick up your armor, we'll figure out a kind of jacket. I guess do you have fur or something that you want to use?
I do not have fur.
We'll see what we have, and we'll work out the cost from there.
Do I recall in Alenia's lighthouse, did she have a bunch of furs around there when I walked in?
She did that. She was using, yes, but she does have a bunch of furs. Yeah.
Okay, that's just something. I'm just gonna note that.
Yeah.
I won't say anything about it.
If that's something that I know, I would mention it, but I don't. Yeah.
So Isla, come by tomorrow. We'll talk more, and we can go over.
Okay. We have a couple days before we ship off, so
perfect. More time, the better.
There we go.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna get back. All right, and they
just
immediately go back into ship.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, cool. All right, then with that we
Don't
head back
forget
to
the money.
Yes. Yes, of course. And that's it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there anything that you are doing in the meantime, or are you all just kind of going to bed and awaking the next day?
I'll probably play a bit tonight. I'll probably take my corner and practice. And again, I'm gonna try for that sound that I heard from the Dragon Spike.
Mm-hmm.
But aside from that, I'll play and I'll have the captain's hat out as
Perfect.
like a for tips to see if.
So you're playing in the evening. Great. And Veritan, what are you doing right now?
I am going to be doing a few things.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to be getting out a whole bunch of items, scattering it on my desk.
Okay.
I don't think I've done this before on this stuff. So on my silver ring of the Jasper Stone, I want to identify it, see if it is anything.
Sure.
I can't believe I haven't done that.
We haven't identified any of that.
You've
stuff
actually
yet.
you've accumulated a lot of things, frankly.
Yeah, so I'm going to do it on that, the Jade Statuette. I'm going to do it on the Gilded Scroll case that is now encasing the Frigid Woe at this point.
Okay.
I got arrows of incredible make. I don't know what that means, but I want to see if they're magic.
You just understood. You understood that because of the fact that you had an Aeorian dagger, you saw that they were of similar make, and you could tell, just based on your investigation alone, that they were nice. They were very well made.
Like Aeorian?
You saw from the knurling and everything else that you like the similar kind of patterns and such that you saw on your knife. It held a similar look to it. It felt like it could have been Aeorian. You did not necessarily identify it, but that was your initial assessment that they were.
I will just go on identify frenzy and ritual. I mean, I will take like.
All right, we're gonna say that you've spent this entire night just kind of running through the list.
Yeah, and specifically actually the Gilded Scroll case. I want to cover the outside in ink and roll it along a parchment to see what image it makes.
Oh, okay. So, let me see here. While I'm doing this, we will say that, Billy, you have got a lovely tune going on downstairs. Eve and Elenia, are you staying the night at your the lighthouse at this point?
At the lighthouse, yeah.
Okay,
sure.
you would probably be hanging out at the inn for a while. Everyone is kind of there. The inn is packed at this point. There is a lot going on. Honor and Magic have basically sent a message downstairs onto Scurvy for Elenia and Eve, just like a little like drawing that they did of them dancing. They say a note just like, we would love to be downstairs with you, but it's a little weird right now. Arl has been making a bunch of food. Billy, at this point, Arl has been, you see him in the distance kind of just enjoying this atmosphere. Once again, like the inn is full. There's sailors. There's a lot going on, and you are playing in the corner, and it is lively. It is living up to the name suddenly of the Jolly Dwarf, and you can tell he's kind of eating it up. And go ahead and make a perception check, and also make a performance check while you're at it.
And think of the boat.
First perception, then performance.
Yep.
Okay.
Which one do you want to suck on?
I know. Perception's 18.
Okay.
Performance 19. Guys.
Oh, lucky son of a bitch. As you're playing, you're kind of close. You're hitting the right note. It's just something about it. It's just you're missing something. It's just you can't quite get that sound. But despite that, you are playing, and it is lively. It's energetic. It's just you are playing the song of you finding the sea again, the ship, everything about it. And it is bleeding into the crowd. Everyone is eating it up. Arl is actually crying a little bit in the corner as he watched you. And you could tell that he is visibly just stopped and paused and is actually just crying. When you kind of make eye contact with him, he just turns and looks away and just smiles and then goes back to his business. But the rest of you end up having despite the day and everything that went on with it, it ends on a very strange kind of positive note. It's weird. You've turned the entire town around from this situation, and I swear to God, if I get any more text from Rachel, I'm going to kill her. Okay, Veritan, you're investigating all kinds of things. I need to know what you're investigating right now. So, you have your scroll.
Yeah, I mean, everything. So it
Yes.
is
So scroll case.
scroll case.
Arrows.
Yep.
Okay.
Scroll case, arrows, the jade
You'd also
statuette.
picked up some, I think. Okay, you also picked up just scimitars and crossbows, I think, from the guys in the very beginning as well.
I do have 2 light crossbows and 1 scimitar.
Yes.
Yeah, and then I mean everything. I just want to give it the good old
Sure. But just overall, so the crossbows and scimitar are just normal crossbows and scimitars. There's nothing special about them. They're pretty used. The jade statuettes. Let's see here. You just notice that it's it looks like it's a statue of a storm giant, actually. And
giant.
yeah, so it looks like it's a statue of storm giant. The jasper, the jade statuette, you get a sense that it might be worth somewhere along the lines of maybe 25 gold. The silver ring with the jasper stone, again, nothing special about it, but it seems like it's made pretty well, and you'd guess somewhere in the range of maybe 40 to 50 gold. In terms of the arrows, you discover that they are, in fact, +1 arrows. So if you actually drop that, you can search for those and drop those in. You realize that they are made very well, and they look kind of enhanced. There's like a little magical kind of aura about them, but at the same time, you get the sense that if you use them, that they would just be normal, well-made arrows.
Okay, got it. And the scroll case?
And this scroll case. So as you lay out this scroll case, and you do this ink, as you're going through, hold on a second. One sec. Okay. You laying this out, you realize that the reason why the others couldn't quite read it, actually, no. You know, I'm gonna text this to you. Yeah, I'm gonna message this to you.
Aww.
Yeah.
You can at least hear what it is.
I know, right? So,
come on.
It's a whisper.
I'm gonna message that to you, and yeah. So I'm gonna message that to you, and in the meantime, you all are now going to bed for a long rest, and you are then going to be waking up in the morning to.
Can I ask really quick? Did I get any money? Did I get any coin in my captain's hat? Or am I playing?
You know what? Surprisingly, you did. You actually got. Arl personally walked over and dropped 5 gold inside.
Holy shit!
Inside
That's
your hat.
awesome.
And
Okay.
the arrests you've made in assortment of, it seems, about 35 copper pieces, and about 25 silver. It was actually a very good night. Not necessarily gold pieces, aside from Arl, but for the most part, for just playing, this was a rather nice night.
When Arl dropped the gold, were we alone? Were we alone, or was there...
You were playing at this point. You were kind of dying down a little bit. It was a little bit more of a end of the night song. You know what I mean? Where like it's died
Closing
down.
time.
Yes, exactly. And he definitely had walked over to you and was just like, "That's kind of brings me back."
When was the last time someone played in here, Arl?
And he kind of has a little tear. Not. It's been too long. Not in a while.
Well, I'm happy to bring back her happy memory.
Her?
Good night, Arl. And I'll walk up. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then I'll write in my note. I'll write in my loose papers. I'll write another thing, and I'll go to bed.
Okay, cool. So you all are going to bed now. At this point, I'm gonna do this.
So because I didn't take any damage yesterday, and now I'm taking another long rest. Am I like super rested?
Oh, you're feeling good.
You might be too rested at this point.
No, I
Am
think
I
so
like-
too.
Am I super duper rested? Like the most rested anyone's ever been?
Charged as fuck.
Yeah.
Bye. I guess that's it.
All the DM's gone, guys.
No.
I mean, yeah.
And it,
Yeah,
I guess the
shit.
mistress. I guess it's time for the mistress to take over.
Yeah.
I mean, it is
That'd
already
be-
10, so it's like,
I
well,
From down here.
You heard what?
I heard him pee from down here.
Oh wow. It's
Yeah.
just like
hard.
He
piss.
ran, and I gotta go.
I know.
Okay.
You okay there?
Oh, I'm good. Hold on 1 second.
Joey's up to something.
What could it be? When Joey's up to something, what will we see?
Oh man.
Joey's up to something.
Yeah.
I'm kinda scared. Joey's up to something, so you better beware.
Oh, gosh.
That was Joey's up to something
Yeah.
by Billy.
Right.
That Billy Ray.
Hi, Billy Ray Cyrus. Which is secretly my name that I haven't told you guys.
That's great.
Do have a daughter named Miley who I'm out looking for. Hopefully she hasn't gone too crazy in my absence.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, she has. She's gone nutso.
Mm-hmm.
So wait. I had a great long rest, everybody. Just so y'all know.
Was it the restiest rest that's ever
It
rested?
really was, actually. It's pretty awesome.
Pretty resty?
Go ahead and make an insight check.
Who, me?
Everyone?
Okay. Got it. So I get advantage on that.
Do you?
Yeah.
On insight? Look at you.
Yeah.
This
advantage
This
on-
bastard.
Yep.
Mwahaha.
I roll an 11.
That's an 11.
Mm.
Wow, I can't believe it's 10. That was
know.
fast.
Time flies when you're getting ready to kick ass.
True.
Oh my god.
Oh, true.
True.
He says as a follow-up to himself.
Cool.
Okay. All right, so you all wake up. Billy, did you fix?
Before I went to bed, I did fix George.
Okay, you
I
spent time
did
mending
patch up
George. Great.
I'd spent time mending George. And what I want to say is, this morning I want to do a couple things.
Okay.
In my calisthenics, after decimating George last night, I want to take out my dagger and hold it in my offhand and practice fighting with the dagger. I want to see how that feels.
Okay.
Now that we're going to some
You want to do it
danger.
with both hands right now, or just the one?
No, yeah, I want to have my dominant hand. I want to have the rapier, and then in my offhand,
Go
I want
ahead.
to have the dagger.
Go ahead
And just see how that feels, just because we're coming into some danger going
Okay.
up.
So as you do this, go ahead and make a sleight of hand check. Is anyone else doing anything in the morning right now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, 6.
I want to take some time to reconnect with my necklace.
Necklace.
Just to explore it a little bit more. I don't have to find out anything major, just to, I don't know.
Eve, I might be missing something here, but wait, your necklace. Give me a sec. Do you want to message me on that? What are we talking about here?
Yeah, I'll message you.
Yeah, go ahead and message me.
Okay,
All right, Billy. As you are trying to practice this, go ahead and make a attack roll with your rapier.
Okay. That was a nat 20.
Great. Go ahead and roll for damage.
That's 18.
Excellent.
Damn.
You just crushed this thing, and you went to turn around, and as you did to try and use the dagger for a finishing blow, you ended up falling down to the ground, and the dagger slips out of your hands. Beautiful rapier thrust, but the follow-up was just poor.
All right, gonna have to practice that. And then when I'm done with that, I want to do something interesting. After I finish all my exercises and I take out the loot and I do my usual like tuning and practicing, I want to take out the dragon spike, and I kind of want to use it as a pick, like the pointy end, and just kind of strike the strings.
Okay.
And see what sound comes out.
Sure. Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
That's a 19.
Okay. As you take the dragon spike and kind of pluck it, you do get a different sound. It's strange. It's not quite tuned, but you do feel that there's a sound that comes out of it. But as you go to strike it, there's a little electrical surge that you see just kind of run up the string for a moment as the spike vibrates against it, and you manage to pull your hand away in time, but one of your strings now has broken.
Fuck. I mend it.
Meant.
And okay, I put away the dragon spike, and I put my loot away, and I get ready for the day, and I head downstairs.
Okay. Perfect.
Are we continuing from here,
Uh,
or are we?
jumping through the
Okay,
day.
are we going
Yeah.
through a montage?
No, I think we're still montaging. So at this point, we're not going to go down and have like breakfast and stuff. Billy, as you come downstairs, though, you do notice that Arl is quiet, but kind of just. It seems like he's like a little bit in his thoughts now in his head as he's doing things, but he does bear a smile to you as you come down. Breakfast is being served. Again, it's early, but at the same time, that's not that early. The sailors are definitely in bed still from the look of it. You do see that Honor and Magic have slipped down briefly to grab some food. The blue is definitely affecting them. They seem slower, and they're bundled up and such. It looks
Yeah.
it looks bad on them. It just, you can tell that it is afflicting them to a certain degree, but they seem to be still in bright spirits, especially seeing you.
Hey, girls.
Oh,
How you guys doing?
we heard you playing. Our room's right above you, so we heard you last night playing. It was really nice. We wanted to come down, but it's just, well, our dad said that maybe we should wait just a minute until well, just not so many people maybe, but it was really nice hearing you play.
Well, lucky for you, there was a song that I did not play yesterday, but I think it's time I play it now. And I take out my lute and I play like a little thing for them, like a little private concert.
Sure, go ahead and make
a
performance check.
I'm gonna fucking beef it.
In that one.
11.
That one. Ooh.
So as you're playing this, it sounds pretty good. It's not your best work by any means, but at the same time though, even though you're criticizing yourself for missing strings and not necessarily getting like the tune quite right, you can tell
I'm still thinking about the Marlin spike from earlier, but I'm trying to put on
the girls are definitely like into it because it just feels so personal for them, and they haven't been able to come downstairs, and they're eating it up, absolutely loving it. And you just see them giggle, and they just grab this. Okay, we gotta bring the food upstairs, but it's good seeing you.
You singing too?
Run up. Arl looks back at you. That was sweet.
Yeah, anything to boost their spirits a bit, I guess.
Eve, you already do know what it is.
Okay.
And you, let me see, this. You.
Okay, listen. If you need a message, there's one more thing I want to do. Also,
sure.
I want to also, because I want to take the time before going to the ship and continuing my day with what I need to do with the fabric. I want to take like an hour to sit down and kind of sketch out what I'm going to do.
Perfect. So yeah, you spend the time to just kind of like plot out this pattern of what it is that you want and get an idea of it, and as well as like the items that you might need in terms of just like if there's other like colors or dyes and various things that you're familiar with and such. And so you kind of make a list of what it is that you want, and you're ready to go.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, you do know what that is. It's changed since the last time that you saw it. From what you use it at the same time, though, you just see that what's deeper in there as well, and you get the sense that again, playing with it, that if you called upon it, you might be able to do a bit more with it.
Yeah, I just want to become like familiar with it.
You already were. You have absolutely become a part of it. I get it. You're just going through the idea and just like relearning it, kind of just as a character, getting assessed with it and such.
And then, yeah, okay.
All right. Alenia, you have woken up at your mother's house. The door is shut. You didn't necessarily see them at dinner on the previous night. I mean, last night, just because you were over here at this point, and it seems like they had gone to bed previous to you showing up. This morning, waking up, you still do not notice them.
Okay. Well, I think, first thing that I'm going to do is get up and kind of go to, I'll go downstairs and check the kitchen first to see if they're up, and then if they're not in the kitchen, I'm going to go up and knock on the bedroom door.
They are not in the kitchen right now.
Okay, so then I'm going to go knock on the bedroom door.
Okay. Alenia, yes, I suppose it's time to be getting up anyways. Boden, is there anything that you need? Anything I can do to help? I'm not dead, woman. Just getting used to this right now. Alenia, I've been hearing a lot of noise coming from outside the lighthouse, and I can't help but wonder what's going on with my ship.
I mean, we're just repairing the sails and all of the points where water was breaching the ship. We're repairing that. trying to make her sail ready as soon as possible.
And being next to Billy at the time when he was going with Elro and being familiar with this, you kind of give him a breakdown of what Billy had said.
Yeah.
A very abridged version, but still a breakdown. That's I must say that's a rather thorough analysis. Who is in charge of this?
Billy has been actually heading it up. I don't know who put him in charge initially, but
Billy.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm not sure that you met him actually. Kind of crazy story. He kind of washed up in the waves almost. I saw him in the ocean, grabbed him, brought him to the lighthouse, revived him, and we are now friends. And he is also a sailor / dragon / also a bard. So,
well, I suppose that covers all the bases.
I know. I was going to say you'll see him later, but you won't actually see him.
Must say that's those jokes now.
That's some macabre joking right there.
I know.
Can't really blame you there because, frankly, I used to make them when, Jack had that patch, and now
Now you've got 2 of them.
Well,
is that the guy that got... Oh, snap. Right. How are you feeling this morning? Are you in pain at all, or are you just kind of...
It is manageable, especially now that I've frankly, having a night in Avalina's arms, and he gives her a kiss, is all I've ever really wanted. So I feel like I'd like to at least talk to this Billy, if not see my ship. So perhaps you can give me...
really gonna... Sorry.
Well, as I said, talk to Billy so I might see my ship.
We'll describe the ship. Yeah.
Yes. I think that would be good. And perhaps talk to the crew as well.
Yeah, sounds good. I'm sure it would do good for them to see you at least.
Yes.
Up and about.
I think that would be good. Avalina, and she's already not by his side. Maybe give me a hand, but make it not look like I have 2 eye patches on. And you all kind of walk out. Are you at this point? It seems like are you heading to the inn? It's pretty early still. Everyone's starting to get up. The work is starting to kind of begin to get done on the ship a little bit. But overall, you can see that everything's in place. Billy, at this point, you've noticed one of the sailors coming downstairs. It seems like it is.
I'm going to offer to make my mom and Boden breakfast before we go out.
Perfect. So they are elated that you're doing that, and we'll continue to spend a moment upstairs alone while you do that.
Yeah.
Okay. You see Warbin downstairs, who is the carpenter for the ship.
Warbin.
Mm-hmm. You're the lad that was talking to Elro. That seemed to know his stuff around the ship. Are you the boy in charge?
Hey, that's me.
The boy who
lived. Remind me, what was your role on the ship?
I guess it changes by the day in terms of the names, but I'm a carpenter mostly, but a sailor as well. I tend to handle most of the repairs on the ship. So I guess it's a mixture of such.
Well, Warbin, I'm glad I ran into you because there are some men on the ship. I don't know if they're there. How is it like early? It's like 6 a.m., 5 a.m. early. Like what time of day is it?
No, right now it's about 7. Like 7.
Okay.
Actually, at this point, it's closer to 8:30 at this point. You've already had breakfast and kind of done your things.
Okay. So there should be men heading back to the ship right now. Mainly it's cleaning and doing the most immediate repairs. But it would be good if I brought you there, showed you. I mean, I'm sure you already have an idea.
I can figure out what needs to be done.
But I do need a head carpenter there to really lead the men in fixing the hull and the.
I can be a boatswain. I mean, Elro
That's what I
mostly
like
has
to
been doing
hear.
the bosun as well, so I suppose I can handle that. I can't imagine doing anything else. It's not like I can do sails.
Great. Then when you're ready, let's. I mean, feel free to grab food if you need a boat. Once you're done, let's head over.
I might head upstairs and just tell the boys, and just get well, at least get them up to speed on things, and see if there's anything else that they might be able to chip in to help with.
Well, in that case, and then I quickly go over a basic analysis of what needs to be done, and if any of the boys upstairs can help head these specific points,
Oh, yeah.
aside from the sail. Well, even if there's someone to sail, I tell them about what Eve's doing.
Between
But
the six of us, lad, I suppose we can jump in there. I mean, nobody knows the Kalypso better than her crew, so
that's what I assume.
I'm glad to see her in ship ready again. So we'll get up on it.
Sounds good.
And he heads upstairs. Okay. Are you hanging out here for now?
Me?
It's right now. It's you, Veritan. Veritan, have you woken up yet and come downstairs?
I have woken, and I have, through the night, after kind of looking at everything, with the map case still kind of like the only thing that eludes me a little bit, I would have been reading my Book of the Celestial through the night, just kind of brushing up.
Sure.
Just seeing if I could understand anything. I'll put that away. I'll put the scroll case as I kind of like look at it one more time, and then I'll just kind of, for another day, and then I'll put it away. And then,
as you do this, you do notice that, inlaid in the scrollwork, having spent the extra time to do this, that it in fact said multi-verse.
Multi-dash.
There was a dash in between in the scrollwork.
Is there?
Are we in the multiverse?
Is there like a thing I could do? Can I push it or rub it or? I don't know. Does it do anything? Is it just kind of
Analyze it?
Analyzing it.
Is it raised or is it?
No. In terms of what you had read, that's what you have noticed, is that like it seems like initially upon reading it said the multiverse, but now reading it again and actually looking at it, brushing up on your jargon, you realize that it was kind of part of the scroll work a little bit in it, that how they use the grammar, and it was actually multi-verse. So it seems like the words are intentionally separate. Okay.
And
Multipass.
looking at it, is it patterns or is it writing?
It actually, so the writing that was on it is what you read, but the rest that you see, it looks almost like, as it says, like a map in a sense, but at the same time, though, as you're having done what you did, you get the sense that there is a pattern to it. There doesn't seem to be any necessarily writing per se.
What does it look like? I mean, what does the pattern look like?
It seems like the pattern jumps between. It looks like it's almost a range of points, almost numerical. Seems like there's like 7 different points on the pattern. About 6 different points on the pattern.
Points on the pattern.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have something I can look at?
Huh?
Is there something I can look at?
No.
Okay.
It's a lot of, you see the lines, various things that are intersecting, but at the same time, that despite what you're looking at, you do get the sense that in unrolling it the way that you did, that there was almost an even pattern where things kind of lined up.
Like this. Can I send something that I think it looks like?
Sure. In the meantime, while Veritan is still puzzling over this, Billy, you are downstairs. You shared a file. Interesting. What the hell?
What am I looking at?
Yeah, right? Is this supposed to be a dick pic?
Oh, that's interesting.
Interesting. Does it look like that?
I don't know. He said interwoven, and it actually makes a pattern.
So a little bit to a certain degree. You do see that there are lines that kind of intercede. It looks like, again, it kind of comes from all over, but there are distinct points. It looks like that, almost like intersections, or it like is a slightly raised surface. Like it's almost like it's like a circular round area that, as you kind of went through, has a little dimple in it, so that you saw the lines kind of intersecting on the pages. But at the same time, though, there seem to be distinct places where those markings were in like an area of like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then it looks like it continues and it continues and it continues in several different sections.
Is there a puzzle to this thing? Is there any mechanisms that move on it? Or
doesn't seem like it from what you've looked at. But you just have the sheet that you've laid it out with, and I've been staring at the sheet and the mechanism and everything else like that, and you don't quite understand it.
Okay, well, I'll just put it all away then.
Okay.
Cool. Then I will
All
walk
right.
downstairs.
Sounds good. So while you were downstairs, at this point, Alenia, you have been kind of making your way through the yard. Billy, Veritan, and Eve, is there anything you wanted to do in the meantime?
Yeah, so definitely I did my whole sketch, and I'm just focused. I'm kind of like in one of those, I know it's going to take a few days to fix, so I'm in one of those like work modes where I go up, I come down with my sketch, I grab something really quick to eat, and I go buy my supplies and then go to the ship and start working.
Beautiful. So Eve is jumping into work kind of immediately, having split that ways. Veritan, you and Billy are left at the inn. Again, it's kind of a busier day, but overall feels pretty normal.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the sailors to come back, and I was going to head with them to the ship.
The sailors at this point have come back downstairs and are grabbing a quick bite from Arl and immediately look at you and just kind of give a nod and start following you.
Okay, cool. I'll lead him back.
Or Billy, as you walk outside, go ahead and make a perception check.
Mega perception. 7.
It's getting colder, and there seems to be a little bit more just moisture in the air. Just looking at you, you notice that the storm is still kind of creeping in a little bit.
Yes. The storm, is this the storm? It seems like it's creeping in.
The storm seems like it's coming a little bit closer.
If a storm that doesn't move look like it's getting closer, it means the thing's getting bigger, which is concerning. Okay, cool. Good to know.
And the sailors all kind of look at you and then look up and just, I tell you that it was hell getting through that, but at the same time, going further north is, well, that's another challenge altogether. You're dealing with ice and all kinds of other things, so I can't say which is worse. But part of me can.
Yeah, I definitely do not envy you boys. And the fact that you're willing to jump back up on that horse, well, I appreciate it. And I'll tell you right now, there's a family of 4 in that inn that appreciates it as well.
Hi. Come on, boys. Let's get in there. And they all kind of like start milling about after talking to you and are now getting into the assessment of like what they need to do. And it's actually breaking into a pretty well-oiled machine at this point. There definitely seems to be distinct areas that work is being done, and the ship is in a pretty good position right now in terms of the process. You've disassembled everything, you've taken it all off, and it looks like the repairs are being done now on the yard, which it feels almost like this is what it was meant to do at one point. And it's now kind of falling into place where you can see that the parts that are getting rebuilt as well, is even the sails in place with the silks that Eve has been working on. They look surprisingly nice. And at this
Oh,
point,
yes. Still no word on canvas, right? Still no word on.
At this point, there is a small pile of sailcloths that are next to where the sails are being made. It seems that they skinned some of the fishing boats, and there might have been like a little bit of a supply as well. But overall, it's not much.
From my assessment, does it seem like this could be used for at least something,
Uh,
or
from the assessment that you'd be made of the ship itself, it looks like you could. It seems that the silks are kind of working for what you need them to, since it's already being done. But at the same time, that you get the idea that there might be some of the smaller sails that could still be used for the front, like the little, like the jib and various things. But it's also the concept in your head that it's nice to have spares.
okay? Then I'll if it seems like the silk's gonna take care of it, I'll fold this up and put it in the hold.
Okay.
If we're not using it for this.
All right. And at this point, Alenia has come down with Boden and Avalina. So, how's it look? What's going on?
Well,
There's a lot
Boden,
going on here.
My name's Billy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let me walk you through it. And
And he reaches out his hand.
I grasp it.
It's a firm handshake. Haven't felt one of those in, well, not for a while, I have to say. It's been some time since I've met a Dragonborn.
Well, I hope they didn't ruin my reputation too much yet. And
No, they were a fine lad. And I hope that you can actually live up to this. But so far, it seems like you are. At least from what Alenia has been telling me, and Avalina can't. Well, I can feel her smile from here. It seems that the Kalypso is in good hands, and I have you to thank for that. So, thank you.
You're welcome. Your men are doing most of the heavy lifting here, fixing everything. I'm just pointing at stuff that needs fixing. But anyway, let me give you the tour of your own ship, which sounds odd, but here we go.
Enlighten me, lad. I'd say break it down, give it to me thorough, but remember I can't see, so I'm going to take your word on it.
And then I give a thorough description, the best I can, of the condition before and where it is now, and when we're hoping to get it back to the closest it can to 100%.
Okay, go ahead and make a persuasion check with advantage.
Oh shit! And I'm on the boat, so we'll see. Persuasion, right? Okay. That's a 20.
Whoa.
Not a natural 20, but it is a 20.
I must say, I talked big yesterday, and I intend to be with the Kalypso, but simultaneously, I'm glad to have you, Billy. It sounds like you've been doing a fine job, and what do you know about sailing, lad?
What do I know about sailing? I mean, I sailed on a merchant ship for the past 3 years. And before that, I worked the docks with my dad as early as I can remember. So I say I know a pretty decent amount.
Okay. Well, I'll be needing a new quartermaster, and at this point, I need a helmsman as well. So Avalina will be my first mate in my eyes. But I'll be relying a lot on the crew, frankly. I would say that, if anything, rely on my experience. But I'm going to be leaving a lot of trust into whatever that might be. So,
Well, for this journey, I can't promise you anything beyond looking for the cure. But for this task, I'm consider me part of the crew. We'll say, whatever you need.
Sounds good, lad. I'll talk to Alenia and find out. In fact, Alenia, have you any preference? I know that you're familiar with navigating, but I must say I gave her everything that I had, so frankly, I'm out of navigator's tools right now. So we might have to do this the hard way.
I actually, I do have a set of those myself.
Well, aren't you just sweet? I must say then, I'm not sure whichever of you would prefer to handle the helm. Maybe you'd split duties, but between the two of you, I need, well, someone to steer the ship, and I need someone that can navigate. And I'm going to be relying on you two heavily for whatever that might be.
Well, since I have the tools, Eleni, I guess I can navigate and you can steer.
Sure. Yeah, sounds good. Can work that out.
All right. Team Blue at it again.
Sounds good. And out of curiosity, what exactly are these sails that I'm touching here? Feels...
Oh.
Well, they were in your hold. And Eve here has been working on them, so she could have more to say about it. Eve, what would you...
He just starts laughing. Oh, my Avandra, you are worth a twist.
Why are you laughing? It's so funny.
Well, you used just about... I can't say that you used them all, but I'd say... about 2,000 to 3,000 gold worth of fine silk. And I must say... That's pride silk, you guys.
Well,
Oh, the Kalypso. The Kalypso will have quite a bit of upgrade.
yeah, that was the plan.
Oh, she'll be in fine skirts indeed.
Eve and I knew this the whole time, didn't we, Eve? We knew, but it was the sacrifice.
It was okay.
Oh.
Fair. The silk is quite damaged.
I can't say that it's been damaged. Do you know what pride silk is?
Yeah.
Oh. It's...
Let's pretend like we don't know what pride silk is, though.
We don't know what.
And Avalina's kind of looking, and he goes, "He got in Nice Haven. Oh, the lad, poor Garrett. He got taken off the ship. This halfling we had picked up in Ice Haven, and he brought in bolts of the stuff that he was going to use in Uthodurn, and I'm pretty sure it was already paid for. But Bright Silk is they make it over in Dwendalian territory. Basically, what you need to know is that it's not just like regular silk. That this nobles pay a fortune for the stuff. And frankly, it's military ships might even have a spattering of this in the sails. It's so fine, but at the same time, it's like leather, and it'll give the same, frankly, armor as leather, like fine leather. And you've used it for the sails. Oh, but what fine sails they'll make.
Yeah, I have to say that I've never seen a boat or sails before, and upon being the one who is a weaver, I realize there's not much canvas to work with, and I found these in there, and I guess I should have asked one of the crewmen on board what silk was for.
What was your name there, dear?
My name is Eve.
Well, Eve, it's a pleasure, and I have to say that by and large your assessment is quite sound, and in fact this might be the best sails this ship has ever had.
Oh,
albeit they cost a fortune, but as well,
we can deal with all those problems later. And for the time being, the Kalypso will have an entirely, well, she'll have some of the finest sails on the sea.
I'm gonna,
Yep.
I'm going to, I'm gonna just kind of pull Eve aside and be like, "Holy shit! If you have,
Yep.
if there are any left over,
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
you let me know."
I'm not planning on using them all. I was hoping we'd find a canvas, and I'd use the silk just to add a little bit of taste, a little bit of beauty.
You've used a lot of the silk at
Well,
this point.
yeah, I know, but like I figured like we'd wait for the canvas to see how much we have, but that got mistranslated between our text messages. So there's that. And so I was like, okay, let me just go with it then, because you're the DM. But I wanted,
Text messages.
never mind, don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we
The
have some
thing, the thing
emergency
that you were
canvas.
planning is being done, but you were using the silks for everything else right now.
Okay.
The main sail still has, like, you're using, it's from the main sail that they had patched up. You've managed to use a lot of that for the foresail and the jibs and such for like the small, like to use whole pieces as opposed to like what's kind of like was partially put together. But the main sail right now is definitely being redecked with these silk sails, and the foremast as well is kind of a combination of them, but majority of it is the silk.
Okay.
Are there sails that that she was about to patch up, but I could possibly use mending on instead, and it would do the same job?
From where you are, the system has already been kind of moved around at this point, and people are actively at work, kind of working on all these different things. The cuts have been made in the silk and such. There are definitely, it looks like there's some pieces and such, but they're about to, they are going to be used at some point. But the templates have been laid out. I mean, from the bolts that were there, it seems like you've collected about 5 of them, and you've managed to use at fully 4, and the 5th is almost all the way through.
Okay, good to know. If you happen to, if there's any extra, just kind of tuck that away, and we might use that for something.
Okay. Sounds perfect.
And you just hear Boden just cackling now as he's feeling all like the big sails, and he's just saying, "What fine skirts!"
Yep. They're gonna be the most beautiful skirts on the.
And at this point now, you hear from the yard a familiar kind of bark. "Hey, you there, Billy?"
Oh,
I turn around.
Dragon Billy.
I told you, Dragon Billy was my father. You can call me Billy.
And looking back, you see Corful kind of walking up to you. We're about done over here. We'd like to get some measurements on the fittings and such of whoever needs it, so we can just adjust. But I think that it's it's high time that we saw how this looked.
Yeah, Eve. Since you're going to be wearing the armor, can you come with me? Corful just needs to do a last fitting for it.
Yeah, I will be right there. Everyone, I'll be back. Just taking a second to deal with the Captain Billy over here. Oh my God, does he have the matching gloves?
We'll see.
Well, in fact, last we do have the matching gloves.
Ooh.
Well, it's different. I have to say, you brought us some good material, and frankly, with all that you've done, it's been a real pleasure. Do you have the money that we had talked about, at least?
I do, yes.
I believe that you've already paid us 10 gold.
We paid you 20 gold. And
That's right. And of the 60.
so another 40 is owed, I believe, because we agreed on a total of 60.
Was it 20 that you gave him, or was it 10?
I did. Because I said 10 and he came back with 20, and that was the deal we made.
Just checking.
I wrote it down.
All right.
Line to you.
I
I'll take the 40 gold, and we can see how this fits.
Okay.
I also have a 10 gold that I can pay you, Billy. Towards it.
Oh no, this is coming out of from what Elro gave us. That's what this is.
Well, if you need it, I have 10 gold I can spare. Especially I'm the one wearing the armor.
It's fine, Eve. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right, lads. So, from what you gave us, we ended up with one pair of gloves, 2 ice leather boots. Again, those were just from the separate frogs that you had given us. But on top of that,
one ice leather gloves.
So we have a pair of ice leather gloves and a pair of ice leather boots, and as well with the ice scale armor, we had enough to make a matching set. Seems like it's the least we could do. So there's the armor, and then you also got the gloves and the boots to go with it, and.
Oh, so aside from the one pair of gloves,
you
and the two
so you
pairs
brought
of
back.
boots,
So from the large legs, he's saying is that they managed to have extra material from the large legs, but for the most part, from the little legs that you gave them, one pair of the small legs, the front legs, he was able to give you gloves out of, and then each leg he got a boot out of. So you have one pair of gloves, one pair of boots, and then you have a second pair.
One pair of boots.
So one pair of gloves, one pair of boots, and then you have the ice scale armor. Plus, with the ice scale armor, they made a matching set with the darker stuff.
Got it. A matching set
gloves.
with the gloves and the boots. Okay.
Yes. And Ruok's been talking to me about being nicer. He keeps saying, but you've been good to us, and you treated us well. So I had a little extra. I can't say that I know what your hands would look like in a glove, but I thought that this might help. And he hands you it's ice leather armor, and it looks like it's almost like a bracer, but a warm bracer that'll fit over your arm and kind of goes into the cuff, and your hand kind of fits underneath it so it's going to have like more of a soft cloth insert as well, so it fits over. So it's the hard leather on the outside, and then you have like a softer leather with like cloth on the inside, and it gets into like kind of like the hands right here, so it's almost fingerless, and the cuff kind of extends outward, so there's like a little bit of like a lip in a sense, so like a harder lip, and that's what it looks like on both arms.
I try it on. How does it feel?
It feels very fine, actually. The leather seems to have molded to your skin. It's a nice fit, but the way that he did the outside, it seems like it's kind of almost a little bit more like a leather style, where it's got like a thicker pop to it, but not overly so, just a little bit extra. And the scales are nice and black. You see a little bit of this crystal inside of it as well, of that ice. But it feels warm. Your hands are actually feeling very toasty.
Oh hell yeah! What would I call these?
You can call them ice scale leather bracers.
Okay. And if I may ask, the game benefits, are they like resistant to anything?
I can't say a lot, but I know that the frogs seem to have certain traits. I'm not, I ain't no wizard. I can't just look at something, but
It's fair.
From when we take the normal gloves, it feels pretty good in the water, so worth a shot.
Well, hopefully
Ma'am,
you might want to change over there. It's a bit tight fitting. It's kind of almost like clothes at this point.
Oh, okay.
And he motions to like an area that actually is like a lot of furs and things that are kind of hanging down and such.
Oh. I'll go there. And
Eve, it takes you about 5 minutes to kind of jump in and out of your clothes and get into this thing. It's a very nice fit. Walking out, immediately you get a sense of the color. It's fading kind of like with a blackish blue and a deep blue in color. What appears to be ice crystals embedded into the smaller scales, as though this beast kind of grew with the ice. They don't seem like they're melting in any way.
Is it like a slave Leia look?
So it's unlike traditional leather armors, it looks more like clothing. It's actually a rather fine jacket, and breeches comprise to be the armor.
What kind of RPG is this?
Utilizing the tougher sections as reinforcement along the shoulders, arms, and outer legs, the rest of the armor combines cross weaves of smaller strips for design and flexibility. The collar comes up into a nice cuff with a clever diagonal buckle that's built into the design across the jacket front for adjustments. And surprisingly, it seems to have been made entirely without metal, just utilizing the larger crystals imbued in the leather itself. Rurik's actually pretty proud of the buckles on that. He carved it out of the ice himself.
Oh, yeah.
Said he never worked with anything
Really?
like it, but it's looks good. It looks good.
Yeah, it's some fine work.
You actually feel very warm, and with the boots and the gloves right now, you feel like you could stand in a storm, and you feel very comfortable. But surprisingly, like it breathes.
Okay. Wow, this is great. Oh my god, I am ready for a blizzard.
And Corful color as his hair above, and meanwhile Rurik kind of pops his head out, having been like kind of just in the background, and even he's doing, and they're all just staring at you. That's fine. It's fine, Brennan. Well, lad, you'd asked about a cloak. I guess at this point we could make you something if you like, but it's going to take a minute. Seems like you're catching up though, but if you're looking for some sort of cloak, I guess we could throw something together. I say something warm, nice, and you got to get the material. For you, let's say 3 gold.
Oh, that sounds like a deal. 3 gold it is.
Right.
And when do you think it'd be ready by? Tomorrow? 2 days?
Tomorrow, we'll have something for you tomorrow, and we'll throw in, make sure it's a nice color for you.
Appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And I give him the 3 gold. And I turn to Eve and I say, Eve, first of all, you look very nice in that armor.
Thank you, thank you.
Second of all, is there anything else you wanted from them before we head out?
Oh no, I think I have all that I need.
Okay. Corporal, till tomorrow then.
Aye. All right, lads. And you hear Rurik as you're walking away just going, see what it is to be nice, Corporal. Wasn't that pleasant? Even the lady smiled at you. Aye, she didn't yell at all. And you just hear like them kind of bickering in the background.
That's great.
Where are you hiding at this point?
It's like, what time is it?
So right now, it's about midday at this point. Again, things are getting done. Eve, if you are going to continue work on the sales, you probably could at this point. Everyone seems to have their task assigned, and so people are kind of moving in and out, getting the ship ready and such. Billy, at this point, the only thing is that it seems like you can have a discussion pretty much with Boden. Asking, pretty much just checking in on any other supplies and such that you guys might need. But for the most part, it's Eleni, he's already been kind of talking to you about what you guys might need for the trip, as well as making assessments and such. And you filled him in that you might have 2 glass blades as well that'll be accompanying you. So he's
I
pretty
do
up
want
speed.
to go up to Alenia and show her the gloves and the boots.
Okay.
And I just want to say, so Eve took and had an armor and matching sets, and then they managed to make another set of these gloves and boots. Would you? I wanted to show them to you in case you'd be interested in them. Otherwise, I was going to show them to possibly Veritan. I don't really know what he has in terms of venturing out to where we're going. But I want to show you these first. Do you think you'd be interested?
Their gloves and boots.
So
they're these are what they made from those the frog legs.
Oh yeah, from the frozen frog skin.
From the frozen frog skin, and I show her. I show you the bracer that they made me. That basically goes like the full forearm.
it's on both arms, by the way. It's 2 pieces.
Oh yeah.
One of them.
They're very warm, and they should be able to keep you very warm. I don't know in terms of damage resistance, but it seems like they'll be good in a tundra setting. In case you want.
Yeah, it's gonna be really cold over there. Okay, yeah, no, I'll definitely try them. Thanks.
Okay, cool. So I give Alenia the pair of gloves and boots.
Okay. Perfect. So Elena, you get a pair of ice scale leather gloves and a pair of ice scale leather boots.
Should I add those to my utility list or whatever?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, can I make a request before? Because I'm assuming we're doing like a little bit of like a montage thing. So before I go to sleep, like before I'm done with the day and I eat, I want to go.
We're gonna jump back to the end. I think in the evening. But...
Okay, great. So I'll stop there.
Okay. Is there anything else that people are doing during the day? Okay, great.
Aside from, I probably would talk to Veritan to see if he found out anything about sea hags.
Did I guess we haven't talked
you
yet, but...
So yeah, you technically talked to Trevor in the morning, and then everyone kind of went about their day. You were doing, you went down again to the yard and went doing things. If we're going to come back to the evening at this point, we can kind of get into that.
Yeah, I mean, I would have already done, because I already talked to Trevor, right? So
you talked to him in the morning, but he said that he was going to look into it and see if we can find something and get back to you.
So I'll just montage. I probably talked to him. Did he figure out anything out?
Sure.
Sweet. Sweet.
He had given you the idea that hags in general are just nasty, and it seems that they can kind of come about from if there's tales of babies being stolen, and they're not really sure kind of like how that leads to a hag, but at the same time though, they understand that there's something tied into it, and they tend to make bargains at times, but at the same time, Trevor, when he mentioned that to you, kind of shuddered and eyed over to where Boden was and said, but at what cost? And he just said that they're, he's heard that they can kind of hang out together at times, but that sometimes they'll just be alone. And he said that they can be frightening, very frightening. And then he kind of made a symbol basically for like Moradine, and kind of mentioned a couple different things, and just was like, just kind of thinking about it, and he just goes, picture the ugliest girl you know, and then make her the prettiest. He said that's what they keep saying. They're just, especially the ones in the water.
Got it. Cool.
That's about all you got.
All right, so just they like deals.
And they are frightening.
And they are frightening.
Deals and they're frightening. Okay.
Okay. So that's what you managed to gather from Trevor, who, again, is kind of thanking you for everything else, and then just he did mention that there's still strangely no sign of Dean. And at this point, he's also been talking to Elro about it as well. Now that you kind of brought it up to his attention, it just something does seem odd.
Okay. I will head back to the inn.
Okay. So, back at the inn, you all again have kind of gone about your day and such. Elenia, are you joining them for the inn, or are you going to be spending it with Boden and Boden and Avalina
For the night?
for the evening? Would you be checking in with everyone, or are you kind of just hanging out with them?
I mean, I'm gonna sleep at the lighthouse, but
True, but like, are you joining everyone though at the end just to kind of say hi, or are you just spending time with Avalina and Boden?
Boden. I don't know. I mean, I would do both. I would be at the inn, and then I would go back to the lighthouse.
Okay. I would say that at this point, Avalina and Boden then would have kind of gone off to do a little bit of their own thing for a minute while things are kind of getting settled. So
Yeah,
we'll
and I'll
just
meet
say
up
that
with them later.
Yeah. Okay. So then you have at this point joined everyone. It's in the evening now. You guys are all kind of heading back. You've all gathered back at the inn and are just kind of touching base on a little bit more of the things that have gone on as Billy has taken a break from playing for a moment.
Yeah, I have while I'm playing I have my captain's hat out again, just to let you know.
Okay.
Great.
And Arl has come over with a nice feast for you guys. Seems like could be even tomorrow. You all might leave, and gotta say it's been a real treat having you.
Oh, that's really
Arl.
sweet.
It's and he just again kind of tearing up and just like it's been a while since and he kind of motions for the inn, and Scurvy at this point is kind of like hanging up by his legs and such. Have had this much jolly, and the music's been well. And he looks at you, Billy, and he goes, "She would be proud."
That means a lot, Arl. Thank you.
Yeah. And looks at you, and it's almost as if he's like kind of debating on saying something. Well, maybe later.
Right. Well, I'm here, so you let me know.
Okay. And he kind of walks back.
Veritan, did you find out anything about sea hags by any chance?
And I'll just kind of whip out a little piece of paper where I would have written down kind of little notes. Just kind of tell him about, like, nothing much. So just be like, not really. Seems like the legend may be, scarce. Any sort of knowledge people know about these things. I suppose if you come across one, you are in pretty bad luck. They are quite frightening creatures from what I've heard. And they do like striking a bargain. And I think we can bear witness to both of those things being true with what had happened to Boden and his crew. An unfortunate crossing, but that's all I was able to find out over at the temple. So we might just want to be well rested and hope that we are able to skirt past whatever that was, and hope that whatever that storm is out there may not be the occurrence of this hag, but some other maybe uniquely coincidental phenomenon.
Yeah. Still, I feel we should, I don't know, just in case. It might be smart if this is a creature who does like playing, making deals and having word games, it might be smart to brainstorm some possible deals that we can make just in case, just so that we don't get tongue-tied if it comes to that.
I'm not
Well-
really quite sure there's a deal that can be had if Boden gave him everything he owned, plus, I mean, something that he, I'm sure, regrets giving away. I don't think we can match that price in any way of what's left in this town and what's amongst us currently.
Well, I may have leftover silk.
Well, that was still left on the ship prior anyway. I feel
Yeah.
like she would have taken that too if she already took everything else.
Maybe she. That's true. That's true. Maybe she wasn't.
Still, what was that?
Maybe she wasn't aware of it, but we can always ask Boden.
Yeah, that might be smart.
I think it may be best, perhaps we can lay a trap, if anything, to gain some sort of advantage out there on the water. You know the water more than I. And the ship, how it runs. Maybe there's something we can do.
That is if we go into... This is all saying if we go into the storm. If we avoid the storm, we avoid the hag. However, the storm is getting bigger. So it's only a matter of time before it reaches wherever we are. I dare say it might even reach Palebank if it keeps getting bigger. And Palebank in a perpetual storm, who knows how long this little town can handle that.
Well, I mean, that is a good question. Is there... I mean, being somebody who knows the sea, I mean, this is not the ideal time to leave, I would imagine. Is this something we should wait to pass, perhaps?
Well, this is what I'm saying, is that from what we know of the storm, it doesn't move. It stays put. And if it looks like the storm is moving, if an unmoving storm looks like it's moving, that means it's getting bigger. And so, we still have to leave. We have to go. We have to find the cure. But I think the bigger picture is, if we want to save Palebank itself, there might have to be some brave individuals who go through that storm. Is all I'm saying. I'm not saying that has to be us. I'm not saying that it's our problem. But it might have to be. It just might have to be something. It's just something I think we should be thinking about. Is all.
I guess it's... I mean, I'm not sure what's out there, to be honest, so I'm the last one here to have an answer of what it's even like to be in something like that.
I mean, it's, from what we can tell, it's hell. I've been through a storm and it's no fun. I mean, there's something fun about it. But it's,
Is it possible?
no one,
Boy,
so I'm sorry, say that again, Eve?
is it possible to avoid the storm altogether?
Well, yes, if on our way to Easel Cross, we can definitely avoid the storm. All I'm saying is that, and we never have to go in it. You know, we can go, we can find the cure, and we can go, if we want to keep on adventuring together, we can go to the volcano and see what that's about, and forget, and leave Palebank behind us, and leave the storm behind us. All I'm saying is that we'll be leaving Palebank knowing that there is an ever-growing, persistent storm that might reach it. And if we're fine with that, then we're fine with that. And if we're not fine with that, then we need to figure out something to do about it. But that is something for a future us to worry about, because us right now, our goal is just to get to Easel Cross and find that cure.
I mean, I can't imagine what it would take to alter the course of weather. And I mean, is that what we're trying to say? That a possibility here? I can't even imagine.
Well, when it comes to altering weather, Alinea might know more about that. This fog storm creator. But I don't know. If the Eye of the Storm has a hag, she might be the cause of it, is all I'm saying. And the only way to get to the Eye of the Storm is to get through the storm, and the longer you wait, the bigger the storm gets, which means the more dangerous it gets trying to get there. Look, I'm not saying this is our problem, but I'm just saying it is a problem. And that's all.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I think you're right in the aspect of right now we're focusing on getting across and finding the cure. And then once we do, we'll figure out if we want to handle the storm or not.
Yeah, one step at a time, I guess, then.
Yeah.
At this point, also, Verachin, having not seen Eve previously, you do notice Alenia and Eve and Billy all wearing their newly received ice scale armor and such.
That's some nice armor you have there, by the way.
Oh,
thank you. This is from the Frog Legs. Actually, Veritan, I was wondering if you could do your little identify thing. I feel like they're very warm, but I was wondering if you could, if you might be able to give us a better idea of the benefits of these things, if you wouldn't mind.
I can see what I can do, and I'll grab any of it from somebody. I guess I'll.
Sure, I'll take off one of my bracers and I'll hand it to Veritan.
And I will ritualize identify on it.
Cool. And as this is going on, again, the inn is kind of quieter now at this point. The people have been settling into like a pace now at this point. The hubbub above about the frigid woe is kind of dying down a little bit, and now it's more so people are just kind of going home from a long day's work. It's still busy, but it's not as big tonight, and it's dying down into the evening as you kind of are all at this table a little bit farther away. With the music not playing so much, you're just kind of cruising through the night into the evening. Veritan, as you look at this armor, you are again looking at it, and you get the sense that with the bracers and just ice scale leather, it seems to provide better traction on ice and snow, and has a kind of waterproof quality to it. It does breathe still, but at the same time, though, it does serve, from what you can tell, like almost like winter clothing would, where it could retain heat quite well. But cool. That is what the bracers do.
I'll just translate that to them.
Okay.
I imagine this must be similar to the rest of the armor, or though if the girls want to have the more particulars identified, they can, but I imagine it's similar ideas. Although the armor I'd be curious about.
Right. I mean, if you want to detect magic on the armor, you can have the coat, the jacket, armor, and detect magic.
I mean, is it all kind of the same thing, DM?
It's visibly a little bit different in terms of hers.
Okay, I'll identify that as well then.
Okay.
And you have to do it here.
Yes. Okay, since we're all here, I'm just going to show to everyone.
Oh, so, nice.
Here's cold damage.
Easy.
Oh, Eve, good for you.
That's so interesting.
Sweet.
Veritan, you get the sense in looking at this too that this old croaker that you guys had encountered was really quite a bit of a specimen, and it seems that a lot of the traits that it kind of had innately were really imbued into the scales and ice that it had grown over in time.
Sweet.
Mm-hmm. As you're all kind of like staring at this jacket and all these things, you hear the front doors burst open, and a small dwarven boy holding a list of papers looks frantically around the room and just suddenly makes eye contact and just runs over to Veritan, and he's just like, okay.
What do you have for me, boy?
And he lays out a bunch of sheets of various angles of the boat, and he's like, see, the thing is, there's 1,000 mermaids that are holding this up, and when you hit the ship from this angle, and he's got diagrams of
You're saying this angle right here?
Little mermaids that are just like, when you turn the boat this way, it's all of them swimming this way, and it keeps the thing afloat as it does.
You're saying right here, right? Right
yes,
here?
Right here, right here.
Yes.
And he has this thorough investigation of proof as to why all these mermaids are somehow guiding the ship underneath.
And you see, if you go right here and you do this,
Yes, right here, just like this.
Yes. So the mermaids, they run everything. And he keeps eyeing Billy over in the corner of his eye, and he's just like, so that's why it floats.
Well, I knew there was something suspicious about this magical boat. Good job, lad. And I'll pull out a gold piece and I'll hand it to him. Well then, and I'll roll it up. I'll roll up all the papers and I'll just kind of have them like scrolls poking out of my arms. I think I may investigate this a little bit more.
Thanks.
Everybody, have a wonderful night.
I found a weaver too, but well, I guess we had a weaver, but we didn't have a weaver now and then.
And I'm just gonna turn away with the scrolls and go upstairs.
And as he's saying that, he's just like, there used to be a weaver, but there isn't a weaver anymore. But like, it was well, not Oral, but the other girl, Clara Silverstone. She was a weaver, but like not a weaver, but like a weaver of song and everything else. But like I guess people called her a weaver, but it was something more like that. But that's the only weaver that I found in the village. At least right now. There might be some others.
I think we're okay. Weaver of songs? What does that mean?
Yeah, she sang. She was a musician.
Am I free to go now?
You
Give me
are
good.
totally free to go. Oh
Give me
no,
good.
never mind. You're not free to go.
I pull out a gold myself and I give it to him. And I just say, "Good job, bud. You did good."
I like this fishing. If you need anything else, let me know.
I will, buddy. Don't you worry.
And he runs off.
So yeah.
If the place is winding down, I'm gonna go to my captain's hat and see if I got any tips tonight.
Okay. Yeah. Go ahead and roll a performance check.
Okay. 24.
You bastard. You've been
Thank you.
rolling very well.
Thank you. And I've been rolling really well tonight.
As you go over to your captain's hat, once again, there's a significant amount. You also have an additional, it looks like 60 copper pieces.
Oh, shit. Okay.
And you have an assortment of silver. It looks around like 13 silver. And there is, once again, 2 gold pieces in there.
2 gold pieces. I'll take it. Hell yeah.
Oh. Yep.
You kind of get the sense, in looking at the gold in the pile, of where it might have come from.
Where is Arl right now?
He's currently in the back.
Okay. I'll just I'm gonna take one of the gold that he gave me, and I'm just gonna leave it on the bar, and then I'm gonna head upstairs.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to thank Earl and Arl, and then I want to actually go upstairs to the girls and tell them good night, if I can. Is that possible?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and what I want to do also to just brighten up their evening so they can go to sleep on forgetting about Widget Woe is I guess I could tell them. So I want to tell them about when I don't feel well.
So
Um,
you've already knocked and they've invited you inside at this point. Oh, hi.
okay, cool. Hi, how are you guys feeling?
Um, well, we're feeling a little cold and a little slow, but at the same time, though, we're feeling like the inn is at least a nice place, and they have the warm baths over in the corner over there, and it's
Yeah,
been so nice. And I got to say that we've been down there quite a bit.
that's so. I'm glad to hear that you're doing better. Um, and staying warm.
And in the background, you just see Urban and Fenton both still like keeping an eye on you, but also just scouring through the book that Veritan had given them. Um,
Have you guys eaten yet?
yes, we got something
Good.
downstairs. Arl had something up.
Well, I know it's kind of late and you guys probably should go to sleep soon, but I'm assuming they have a fire there, right?
They have several like kind of braziers. So there's like a larger lantern in the room with fire, and there's another couple braziers or so inside the room. So there's a decent amount of heat as it is.
But they don't have like there is heat, but there's no like one area that's like a fireplace or
Surprisingly, as you're while you're in the room too, you realize that the room is quite warm simply because it's directly above the hearth downstairs.
understood. Well, I want to take one fire and I want to ask the little girls, what is, so I'm here to ask you, what color would you like to see? Would you like to see blue, green, or purple?
Purple, green, and then you can kind of see the two of them actually kind of like attacking the fire a little bit, like themselves changing the color. Like just you get a sense that they're using a little thaumaturgy themselves.
Okay. And so then I want to use um, fairy fire to I guess now because there's two of them, and one said green and one said
Hmm.
purple. I want to light one with green and light the other um, purple or violet. And
Okay.
I want to kind of like make a trick out of it. So I want to, um, I guess, do I? No, I don't because the fire is already there. So I want to kind of like do a trick
Fairy
and
fire, since you're using a spell in the sense you're actually creating it, and like it's like a full thing that you can do.
awesome, cool. So I
Mhm.
definitely want to create the fire and do kind of like a, a thing with it and then make it go towards one and have that light for green for an hour
Hmm.
and then the other one do the same thing,
Okay.
but with purple this time or
Sure.
violet.
So as you do this, despite the spell kind of being not in a traditional sense of what you are using it for, you use actually a mixture of your um, your other cantrips, as well as the fairy fire, to kind of have this glittery, sparkling like flames kind of dance around the room as it kind of chases around and settles over the girls, illuminating them there in like a sparkly almost cape, and you can see that they're like silhouetted themselves, and they're like one is in purple, kind of like glittery. The other one is in green, and they're both just giggling as they're dancing around the room, and actually putting out the lights so that way they can kind of glow inside the room as it is. So it's a little bit dimmer right now, and then the flames kind of come back up, and it's this beautiful swirl of color, and you just see the two of them dancing around the room in this like kind of glittery form.
Cool.
That's so cute. Okay. Well, you ladies should get some rest. These fires will glow this color for probably the next 50 to 45 minutes. And then just gaze at them and go to sleep or play around with them. But you ladies should get some sleep and rest. I just wanted to brighten up your evening.
Well, thank you for taking care of our daughters so much. We've got nothing but kindness now at this place, and we can't thank you and your friends enough. We're seeing all the work that's getting put in, and frankly, it's a lot, and it means a lot. So,
Of course, we can't imagine what you're going through, and so we're hoping to find a cure sooner than later.
yes, as am I. Thank
So
you.
you're welcome. And you guys have a wonderful evening as well. Get some sleep. And then I'll head out to my room.
Okay. All right. Billy, Eleni, are you guys doing anything else, or Eleni, are you heading back?
I mean, yeah, I'm probably just gonna head back to the lighthouse at this point.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
I'm probably just gonna write, just write some more, and then go to bed.
Okay.
So we're shipping off tomorrow. Is that the idea here?
It feels like tomorrow you should be able to get everything together, and leave by about midday is the idea.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And as you settle down to sleep, Billy, before you go to bed, it is late at this point. You've been kind of dozing off as you're writing, kind of assessing things and such, going over your list of all the stuff that you're kind of in charge of it right now at this point. You hear a knock on your door.
I answer it. I just kind of like crack it open, maybe a foot wide. You know, not all the way. Just kind of see who's there.
Oh, hello, lad. I was wondering if I might have a talk with you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, come on in. And I open the door and let him in, and the desk stool I give for him, and I sit across from him on the bed, and what can I do you for?
And he kind of looks around and looks at George, kind of pats it on the shoulder. So I'm guessing Elro mentioned something, but you mentioned her.
Yeah, he may have mentioned, and then the boy, Gimgin, mentioned something else in his research, about her. She seemed like a lovely woman.
Yeah, she was. We were adventurers. Would you like why don't you join me for a minute and come to my room, and I'd like to talk a little bit more about her, if that's okay.
Yeah, sure. Lead the way.
And as you walk onto the hall, you notice that you've never actually seen Arl's quarters. In fact, you've never seen Arl come down the stairs, strangely enough. And going inside, he invites you in, and it's very nicely furnished. It's a nice room overall. You notice that there is a door in the floor itself that seems to lead down near where the kitchen is.
Oh, that's convenient.
Yeah. Makes it easier to move up and down. People don't know you're missing.
Oh, these are nice digs. This is a very nice place.
Yeah. That's Clara. See, we were all adventurers at one time. It was Clara, myself, Boden, Elro. See, Boden's was the first ship that we'd encountered outside Palebank. He said he wanted to sail this far, see if the revelry had gotten here yet. But personally, I think he just wanted to know what lay on the other side of the continent. He became as a close friend. Clara really liked him. She liked a lot of people. Even helped establish the base here in Sierra Lion. Well, it's out there. We sailed with him for a time, moving back and forth, supplies and such. But that changed, I guess, when Elro became the leader of Palebank, and well, I wanted more adventure, and Clara had dreams of an inn and a family, and well, I guess Boden saw his own mortality for a moment and saw some warmer waters. But see, I continued to work as an adventurer, and I guess going between Easel Cross and the Cape, even Uthladurn. I served as a proud sellsword, but Clara was the one that ran the inn. She was the one that was beloved by the town. She had these dreams of a place to weather any storm, and with the help of those that loved her and the money I laid aside, we built the inn. Elro actually put in a sizable donation himself. He cared about her. She was like a light out here in Palebank for all of us. Sorry, I guess I didn't really say it, but Clara was a bard, but
I kind of
like the real kind, like you. And
I gathered that.
yeah, she had a knack for bringing people together. You see, real knack for listening, actually. At one point, I think there was a young dragonborn, no tail, mind you, but came up with Boden once, sought her out. Stayed a number of years, in fact. Only Clara told him he still wasn't really listening. She said I don't know, he just finally just decided to return with Boden, and she told him something. I couldn't hear it, but his eyes lit up, and he smiled, and said he needed to, what was it, listen to a song in his name. Been a while. I haven't really thought about that Dragonborn since you showed up, but kind of remind me of him.
What was his name?
It's been so long. Harthuk?
Hearth. It wasn't Harathak, was it?
Yeah, I think that actually might have been the name. You know him?
I did, yeah.
Yeah, he was she liked him a lot. He was a clever one. But
I liked him too.
seems like you were close.
Yeah. Funny enough, he's the one who taught me to listen. So it seems I might owe Clara a little bit more than I ever thought I would.
Oh.
Man, the world's a small place.
I'm sure she hears you playing at night and seeing what you're doing, and you just remind me of her, I guess. And I don't know. It's strange to think about her. I haven't thought about Clara in so long now that it almost seems like I have kept it in this whole time. What was it? 20 years ago, I think, we had that comet that swept the sky. It was breathtaking, but as we all watched it, Clara was just holding her breath. Strangest thing. Looking out at something else, something far away in the southwest. She just screamed, The comet burst and meteors fell away, and I reckon they landed crystal sand somewhere, maybe Savalier Wood. Seemed close, but not that close. It was a beautiful sight, but Clara kept talking about a sound. Some horrible sound of something stirring. She was the only one that ever heard that sound, though, but I don't know. I tried, but couldn't hear it. And then the ink got quieter, and the music that had filled the halls just started echoing. And then one day, she was at the lighthouse. Before we rebuilt it, that is, and there was just this pale owl staring at her. I looked for hours for her, and then she was just right there in the moonlight. It was small, almost white and glowing. She was talking to it, and then it just gave her some kind of flower. Never seen anything like it. I don't know what to make of it. Before I could ask, she told me she wanted to build a basement. It took a month of work, but we had a small room below the inn, and now it's still there. She was down there constantly, looking up at the rock ceiling, listening. I ended up planting the flower in the basement, but all she'd do there is sit there and listen. And that's when the dreams hit her. I kept talking about what was it? She said lunar tides. What does that even mean? No one could understand what she was talking about. Most started to dismiss her as crazy. Then her head started to turn. It just was hard in those last weeks. Her health dwindled, and just furiously writing notes and listening, making adjustments. I don't know. In the end, I guess she said that she had this theory that something happened to the world's captain, the crew, and we were a boat in a vast ocean. Somehow we were sinking. Didn't know what to make of it. I don't know. I guess I'm kind of holding on to that. I just don't know what to make of it. I never really had someone to talk to. I just knew odds, and I just get the feeling that you knew her somehow, or you just feel like you understand. But
yeah, I think there's part of me that feels like I do know her. I definitely understand some of it. Other things I don't know. The world's captain. I don't. Lunar tides. I mean, lunar tides. There are tides.
yeah, I don't know.
The meteorite. I don't know anything about that.
Well,
I'm inclined to ask. Would you mind if I see this basement?
I guess if I could show you. You've been living here long enough, might as well see the place. And so you guys actually go down through the side door. I mean, the trap door on the floor at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to drop you up top. And you realize as you're down here that there's a small wall that kind of divides the outer wall and the inner wall. And you notice again, it's dark, but you see that the door behind you is kind of like just lines up with the wall in the kitchen. Still kind of have access. You get the idea that now that you know it's there, it's kind of hard to miss. But it takes you over to trapdoor, pulls out a key, unlocks it. Let's see if this works. Oh, you know what? I know what I need to do. All right, and he takes you into the basement. And we're going to drop you all in here just so you can kind of get an idea of this.
So wait, do we?
Um,
we
well,
don't
none of
know
you are
this,
there
though.
actually, so that's true. So I'm not actually going to drop you.
I mean, they can be there. I don't care.
Yeah,
Well, do we know this is happening or do we not?
At this point, you all are kind of in bed. Veritan, go ahead and make a.
I mean, I wouldn't be paying
Perception.
attention to any of this.
No,
I'm
you
sure.
did hear outside the Billy talking to Arl before he brought him into the room.
Okay.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Okay, hold on.
Actually, no, make an investigation check because at this point you would have heard them kind of like outside the door, and you'd be curious of who this is.
My journal. Hold on, my journal is bugged. I need to reload my page.
Okay, go for it.
Hold on.
When I'm down here, so what am I seeing? Is it just kind of like mossy all over?
Drop in. There it is.
Okay, there we go.
Okay. Waiting on that check.
Yeah, hold on. It's my page froze.
As you come down the stairs, again, like it was dark in that hallway that you kind of came down. Took you a minute to kind of come through. And now that you're down here, it's dark. But at the same time, though, it looks like Arl had a torch that he keeps lit in the corner. It surprisingly does kind of illuminate the room a little bit. You also get the sensation that the flowers themselves are also glowing. So mostly, for the sake of this, there's no lighting right now any other. But the desk itself is kind of just this lone area with like a torch around it, and then again it just feels like you have this strange grassy area with. I said an investigation check actually because you have listened to. You're the room right across the door.
Got it. Okay. Do you want to use that, or do you want to roll again?
No, I want you to actually roll an investigation.
Cool.
Yeah.
19.
You did actually hear Arl come up and knock on Billy's door. And you did hear that he wanted to kind of talk about something and talk about Clara and everything else. Would you have inquired into that further?
I mean, I wouldn't have. Just because I don't really. He hasn't been. I don't really know him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I wouldn't have.
Okay. So. Billy, down here, you again, the room is pretty bare. Arl seems like he comes down and kind of cleans a little bit here and there. It almost feels like it's exactly how she left it in a way, where you get the sense that after she passed, Arl had just kind of religiously taken care of the place, and almost is like it's a bit of a shrine in a sense, but at the same time, it's still an untouched kind of thing.
I want to go up to the desk, and I look to Arl and I say, "May I?"
Don't see why not.
And I just want to look to see on the desk what she was writing, in the drawers, if there's anything. I'm just curious. You know, he said so many interesting things. The lunar tides, the whole captain thing. I'm just looking to see what her thought process was when she was writing down, and if there's anything in the drawers at all. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
16. Investigation. Did I see anything?
Hold on.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Okay. While looking around, you notice that it seems almost like another language in a sense at times. You're not really sure kind of what some of the things say, but you do see signs that you kind of recognize. You do see notes on listening and just like this sound. She's again what Arl had said earlier, that kind of tale of what she had heard, as well as like this timetable of things, as well as like little brief notes about Harathok and such. It's all kind of like a compilation of building up to that. It's also the notes from the comet, as well as this darkness that she felt that she saw before the comet, as well as the sound afterwards. You also get notes of the this sound that's been kind of building, and it seems like she's writing it into every day, just listening, and on the flowers that grew, and on the there's it looks like there's some scrawled notes about just like this bird. It's just like almost like an image that she's done of this owl that had talked to her, and you notice there's a feather that's actually in the desk, and it looks almost like kind of glowing, a little translucent in a sense. It looks like it's a pen of some kind. And then deep inside the drawers, you also find what looks like a design.
A design of what?
And as you're staring at this, there's a part of you that kind of gets an innate feeling of what it is. And it looks like a lute, but longer. And you see names for a neck, a bridge, frets, tuning keys, and even the strings and such of where they go and kind of where things are. But it doesn't look like a lute, but it's something else. It's just, you've never really seen something like this, but it seems like an instrument of some kind. It's longer.
I want to take that and the papers on the desk and the feather, and I kind of just put it all on top of the desk. And that's everything that's inside the that I found inside.
For this check, yeah.
Arl, I hate to ask this, but would you mind if there's some really interesting things that Clara was working on here that I would love to look more into. Would you mind if I take these? Or if anything, at least copy them down for myself, at the very least.
Well, I guess there's no point in it just rotting down here, and at this point, I guess, if she wasn't losing it in the end, I kind of want to know what she was working on.
There is some sense here. There's some stuff I don't understand, and there's some things that seem like it's in a completely different language. But I'd like to know what she was working on. If you allow me to take these, when I find that out, I will let you know for sure. I will come back and I will tell you.
Yeah, I don't see why not. Your friends have been kind, and well, they helped me a lot around Pale Bank. So, yeah, I suppose if you need to come down here again, you let me know. In fact, I'd rather keep it a little bit of a secret, more so. So, I already have another key somewhere. So here, and he gives you a key.
Oh, thank you.
In case I'm busy.
Okay, I'll put the key in my pocket, and I'll kind of just the feather I'll put in my pouch, and all the papers I'll kind of like stack up and put away in my pouch as well. And then I want to point to the plant. Arl, can you tell me anything more about? Was there anything in the papers about the plant that I'm seeing?
You've been kind of briefly scanning things. You didn't really I wouldn't say that you've read everything.
Right. I figure.
No, nothing necessarily jumped out at you per se.
Arl, would you mind if I go closer to the plant? Would that be okay?
Yeah. You come back.
I want to get up to the plant and want to see if the flowers are translucent. I want to just kind of look at them and.
They seem like they're glowing. It's almost like there's like a dim light coming off of them.
I want to take out my dagger and just whatever. If they're big, just one. But if they're small, like maybe a little clump, and
There's
just kind of.
really just only a few.
Oh shoot. Does it seem like there was some budding, or does it seem like?
Not really.
Arl?
Hi.
Would you mind if I took one of these flowers?
Sometimes I like to sit there and just think about her, and they remind me of her. I haven't really seen much of them grow lately, so can't imagine it'd come back. But suppose if you needed one, you could.
And I want to go to like with one flower as far down the stem to the root as possible and just kind of dig it out.
Okay.
Does the luminescence stay or does it fade out?
Go ahead and make a sleight of hand check.
12.
As you're digging it out, you do kind of cut away at it a little bit, and the light kind of dims a little bit, and then you just see it fold up, and it goes out.
Okay. I'm gonna pocket that. And then I'm gonna take a live one that I haven't, and I want to smell it and see what it smells like.
It smells. As you smell it, you get the sense of almost a summer breeze coming through the trees on a high mountain somewhere. You get the sense of kind of dancing through treetops. You get the sense of dazzling over waves. It's almost like an experience as you smell this, like a journey.
And then I want to put it up to my ear and I want to listen to it.
Go ahead and make a insight check.
3.
Despite listening to it, you can't quite place it. It's like the song eludes you.
Okay.
You don't really hear much.
And with that, I get up.
Okay. Well, I guess I have a feeling that she'd have wanted someone like her to have it, and whatever this is, and well, I think that you deserve it, Billy. It's been an honor. What was your? You have a name, Billy? Like, I can't just keep calling you Billy.
The name, well, Storm Herald.
Hi.
Billy Storm Herald.
That's a fine name. It's like her name.
What was her name?
Silverstone.
It's pretty.
Thank you, Billy. Billy Storm Hero.
Thank you, Arl. Just Arl.
I like to keep it that way. Makes me sound like an innkeeper. Alright. Well, I'll be going to bed now, but good night, Billy.
Yeah. Good night, Arl. And I'll head back to my room.
Okay.
Before I go, I do want to take. How late is it? Is it like late?
It
Like-
is late. It's like kind of like closer to like midnight at this point.
Oh, okay.
I would say actually it's probably like closer to 10, realistically.
Okay. Okay. I want to take the flower and I want to place it gently on the desk in my room.
Okay.
All of Carla's papers I place on my desk next to my own writings. And the feather. I'll basically I'm just putting it all on the desk. And then I'll go to bed. That's it.
These cute ears.
All right. And now we go to bed. Checking in with time. I know we're kind of getting late here, guys, and
Oh yeah.
we were trying to get through this, but I realized that like there was just a lot that needed to happen. So, if you guys would like to continue into the next day, we can. But otherwise,
No, I gotta go.
I figured,
No way.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's late,
I'm gonna
man.
make this a quick. I gotta go. But good job, everyone. That was fun, and I will see you next week.
sounds good. Sorry, it was a bit of a long one.